A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to day two of round three of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, being hosted by the fantastic card club Kerpen Mannheim here in Western Germany. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your live stream commentator. And, well, what a busy 12 races we had yesterday. We had it all, didn't we? We had quite a lot of action, quite a lot of drama. But we still have another 12 races still to go over the course of today's proceedings. Now, the drivers have had morning warm-up. All drivers have had 7 minutes to get acclimatised to the conditions at the circuit, 1,107 metres in length. And we will be going all the way through until probably about 3:15 local time here in Germany to conclude the action. And then on the 2nd of October is when we really get into the business end of the season. The fourth and final round will be held between the 2nd and 3rd of October at Motorsportclub Witgenborn. Not too far outside of Frankfurt, around about 60 or so kilometres away from Frankfurt International Airport. And looking back over yesterday, we had fantastic weather. It was perfect weather for racing. But of course, as always, you get dramas. You also get very, very hard-charging individuals. Now, as you can see, the wind has picked up. There's no sunshine around at the moment, but there are some clouds up above, and I would imagine that things could change in terms of the weather. And currently it is a peachy 19 degrees Celsius in Kerpen. Humidity currently at 83%. There's a 13-kilometre-an-hour wind. And it looks to be mainly very, very cloudy at the moment, which is rather good for the drivers because at the moment the track could play into their favour, and hopefully if the track evolves, the racing will get even closer than what we saw yesterday. So after the intermediate classifications, the drivers will now head into 2 races, both of which score points, 25 for a victory. And it has been a tale of 2 halves for some of the drivers here at Kerpen. So the unpredictability factor ramps up another stage here for the penultimate round of the season. So in just under a minute and a half's time, we will head into our first race. Another 12 races through today, 12 races yesterday. And after intermediate classification, Gabriel Hoffmann was our heats ranking winner, so we'll bag 25 points. Followed by Carlos Nies and Arjen Kreling, who complete the top 3. Len Abbas, very disappointing day, I think, probably towards the end of it all for Noah Janssen, who had dramas, had a DNF in the second heat yesterday afternoon. Had to start actually pulled into the repair area along with Arjen Kreling, and then we did see that Noah Janssen did recirculate out on the circuit itself. However, unfortunately for Noah Janssen, his day would come to an abrupt end. Now, I had a very lovely message from Gabriel Hoffmann's dad, Mario, last night, that the Gabriel's seat is actually from, the colour itself is actually from his mother's homeland, Croatia. Now, I wondered where the family was from. So I really do appreciate the message from Mario last night. So, yeah, it is the colours of Croatia, hence the first name spelling as well. So we know that his family over in Croatia are watching, and we know that he's been cheered on. But here we go. And you can see that the track is actually greasy as well. So there has been some rainfall. And the grid for the first race of the day, first of two for Micromax, is as follows. Gabriel Hoffmann starts from pole position. Carlos Nees will be alongside on the front row. Arjen Kreling, Len Abbas, round out row 2. Noah Janssen in the number 31. The current points leader coming into this round starts on 5th place and has alongside the number 55 of Tim Steiger. Niklas Casarino also suffering technical dramas as the wetsuits are on, plain to see, so they'll be running on wet tyres here as well because there is a little bit of spray coming from the back axles. Niklas Casarino was in second and towards the dying edges of the second heat yesterday, found that he would also end up retiring. We'll have Max Moore alongside. Christos Malakos also had technical dramas in the second heat, starts 9th. Leon Blaskowitz, Leopold Juch and Juliana Marie Schultz rounds out the 12 strong. So the races for Micromax today will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap as opposed to the 7 that we had yesterday. And for juniors, it will be 11 minutes plus a lap. And for senior DD2 and DD2 Masters, it will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So we get ourselves steeled and ready for the first race of day 2. This is where the race to Bahrain really begins here, ladies and gentlemen, and these drivers know it. So, a different caveat with regards to the racing conditions here in Kerpen. As you can see, tightly packaged is the field, ready to go racing. A total of 12 races will bring us to the end of the day, and the podium will be taking place a little bit later on at about 3:45 local time here in Kerpen. But we've got a little bit of journeying to go before we get to that stage. So Hoffmann on pole, Nees alongside, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? It's Sunday, we go racing, and a great start from Hoffmann. Kreling trying to filter through and gets into second position early doors. And Carlos Nees slots into 3rd place as Gabriel Hoffmann, loses the back end. So does Carlos Nees. They are spinning like whirling tops off of turn number 2. And the conditions not playing to anyone's favour, and I think the biggest profiteer of that will be Noah Janssen, who finds himself into the lead after just 2 corners. There's Arjen Kreling, and that looks to be Niklas Casarino behind, and Casarino has got real good purchase and traction in the wet. Noah Janssen gets his head down to try and storm away. Casarino past Kreling to get into second place. That looks to be Christos Malakos that has made his way up into 4th place. As they come through, these curves are going to be slick, and you can see the different racing lines being taken by some of the drivers. There's been a little bit of a coming together, and one of which would have been, more than likely, Jolina Schultz, I think, and there was also another Praga chassis, possibly Max Moore may be involved. But at the moment, Noah Janssen leads from Niklas Casarino by just under 0.8 of a second. Arjen Kreling rounds out the top three. Christos Malakos, Tim Steiger. It's like Gabriel Hoffmann has made some inroads up into 9th place, maybe even make that 8th for the number 95. Through into the sweeping S-bends, some adverse camber here, and in tricky, slick conditions here on the circuit here at Kerpen. That can sometimes cause problems, and we've already seen that in the first opening corners of this race. 7 minutes and 8 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Noah Janssen is probably grinning like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland right now, because now he has a lead. But Niklas Casarino is closing that gap. The gap was just under 0.8 of a second last time round as we're coming around the final corner to complete lap number 2. And Casarino has got the gap down to just under 0.6. And here comes the fight back from the likes of Gabriel Hoffmann, who's closing in on Len Abbas in the number 19 for 7th position. Some very different racing lines taken. Len Abbas looking around the outside of Leopold Julch and gets up the inside through turn 3. Gabriel Hoffmann also looking to make a move up the order as well. 6 minutes and 20 still to go. And Casarino is closing on Janssen for the lead of race 1 here on Sunday. So they've just got to keep themselves very composed, not flounder in difficult, treacherous conditions. It's about keeping a cool head and keeping calm, not making any undue mistakes, no outbraking yourself, no turning in incorrectly, not putting down the power at the incorrect moment. As now the gap between the top two is just under 0.1 Casarino is in the hunt to try and close in on Noah Janssen for the lead of the race. Into turn 2 they go, and a very wide line taken by Noah Janssen, slightly tighter by Casarino. Arjen Kreling is in 3rd place and a little bit further back, about 1.6 seconds behind Niklas Casarino. So Gabriel Hoffmann has now made his way up into P5, having had that second turn spin, as Casarino wrestles with his steering and wrestles with trying to get past Noah Janssen. Janssen is staying on the defensive line thus far. And here comes Casarino. There's the sweet spot for the overtake. Up the inside goes the number 12 into the next left-hand sweeper, through into the chicane. So with just over 4 minutes and 50 remaining on the clock, Niklas Casarino gets past Noah Janssen for the lead. Out of the final corner. Oh, that was a little bit heavy on the right foot from Niklas Casarino. Nearly spat the back end out sideways to the right. Janssen back up the inside, or will he go for it through into turn 2? Not on that particular occasion. The way things are going, Casarino and Janssen still battling way over the lead, but Arjen Kreling looks to be closing that gap. Gabriel Hoffmann has improved in terms of lap time, has gotten up into 5th position, and the youngster in the 95 will be kicking himself after that undue mistake in the race. But to get it back up to 5th position with 3 minutes and 50 still to go, plus an additional lap, is no mean feat at all. Tim Steiger looks to have had a bit of a difficult race thus far and has yet to cross the stripe for lap number 4 and may be out of the race. And that looks to be the case now, that Tim Steiger will be retiring from the race. That's a real shame for the 55, who was up at the sharper end of the grid. Gabriel Hoffmann, in the meantime, has got past Christos Malakos for 4th place, and now has to find 6.5 seconds in the next 3.25 minutes plus an additional lap. So give it 4.25 minutes to find 6.5 seconds. That is not going to be easy. Niklas Casarino has started pulling away from Noah Janssen in the meantime. 0.831 seconds is the gap between 1st and 2nd position, and Casarino on lap 5 has set the fastest lap of this race, a 1 minute 4.817 second lap time around this 1.107 kilometre circuit. And there you see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, there is the gap between the pairing. Leon Blazkowicz has gotten up into 10th position. Carlos Nies, who also went spinning at turn number 2 on the first lap, now up into 7th, having got past Leopold Joux. And Noah Janssen is now 1.9 seconds behind Nicolas Casarino, who again sets the fastest lap. And within a 100th of him is Gabriel Hoffmann, who now puts in a 1 minute 4.781 and has just taken the better part of nearly 0.8 of a second out of Arjen Kreling. And Christos Malakos is very much a little bit further back, but I think has just been passed by Len Abbas in the number 19. There is Casarino still leading the way. And continues onward, but there's the battle for second and third as Noah Janssen is being closed in on. Arjen Kreling has really come alive. And Noah Janssen is very, very rapid in the dry. In the wet, it can be a little bit of an equaliser, but Noah Janssen still carrying on as usual in second place. 1 minute and 18 seconds plus an additional lap still remains in this race. And Noah Janssen coming under quick fire from Arjen Kreling. Gabriel Hoffmann has closed in and has taken over 0.3 out of Arjen Kreling. So whilst these two are battling, if Gabriel Hoffmann had maybe, say, another 3 minutes on the clock in addition to what we've got right now, there could be a bigger opportunity to close that gap. But he's got it down to 5.4 seconds at the moment. It could further be truncated in the next 45 seconds plus an additional lap. They go through the sweeping S's here on the far part of the circuit. And with 38 to go, next time around, Nicolas Casarino will end up going onto the penultimate lap of this race. We'll be on lap number 9 very shortly, as Casarino has a healthy lead. Was 3.5 seconds. Casarino out of the final corner, comes across the line, puts in a 1 minute 4.762. The fastest lap of the race. The gap between him and Noah Janssen is 4.1 seconds. And there is Casarino going through turn 2. There's Janssen and Kreling. Hoffmann is now 4.3 seconds, and Hoffmann's just set the fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute 4.554 from the 95. I did say that if you do see battles happening on track, what can happen is that the person behind will start closing in. And that's exactly what happened. And as I say that, the sunshine breaks its way through the clouds and brings a little bit of warmth and hopefully some heat to the tarmac. So the timer has expired. Next time around, we'll get the final lap board. So Casarino on for a victory here in Kerpen. As Kreling will now get the de facto hurry-up sign of saying, well, you've got 1 lap left. If you want the second, you're going to have to go for it. Final lap board is out, and Nicolas Casarino is the first one to see it. As Arjen Kreling goes a little bit wider coming out of the corner to get a bit more momentum carry, but finds himself just under 0.3 behind Noah Janssen, but is looking towards the inside going into turn 2. Won't attempt to go through on that particular occasion, but Noah Janssen, and he goes onto the mucky dirt around the outside. There are double waved yellows going into turn number 2. Now I wonder if there's been drama for Gabriel Hoffmann on that particular occasion. Hopefully not. There were double waved yellows ever so briefly. And there is Janssen and Kreling going through the S's for the final time. Kreling is winding up for a move, but I think it's going to be fast running out of time very, very shortly indeed. Gabriel Hoffmann is about 3 seconds away from this battle, but very shortly we're going to see the checkered flag. There it is being brandished. Here we go, the first win of the day. It goes to Nicolas Casarino in the number 12, and he's absolutely beside himself with joy. Starts celebrating away. Wins by 5.752 seconds Iron Claring pipped at the post by just over a tenth of a second. Gabriel Hoffmann on the final lap of the race sets the fastest lap, a 1 minute 4.537, and got to within 2.2 seconds of Iron Kraling. Len Abbas in 5th, Christos Malakos in 6th, ahead of Carlos Nees. Tim Steiger unfortunately retired on lap number 3. Leon Blashkowitz completes the top 8. Leopold Juch in 9th. And Jolina Marie Schultz rounds out the top 10. Max Moore will cross the line very shortly as well to complete the top 11. But it is Niklas Casarino in the number 12 that wins race 1 for Micromax here on Sunday.
Die Startnummer 17 aus der Klasse Rotax. Mikro, Max Moore bitte in die Race Control. Startnummer 17 aus der Klasse Rotax. Mikro, Max.
Now there has been a change. I've just seen that there has been a race director decision that there has been outside assistance given to Max Moore, who has promptly been excluded from the race in micro. So Max Moore will have to start at the back end of the grid for race 2 later on, which will be just after the lunch break. And the lunch break concludes at 1:15. So we still have another 11 races to go here on Sunday. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a wait, isn't it? Probably the best part of 6 weeks, I think, until we have the RMC Germany finale, where we will crown our 2021 champions. Fantastic technical circuit, fast flowing as well at Wittenborn. Had the opportunity to go there last October as part of a month-long, I wouldn't call it exodus from the United Kingdom. It was more of an adventure away from the United Kingdom, where I ended up going to Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany and Italy via Austria through a month's worth of living out of suitcases and staying with good friends. And amidst these difficult times, it was quite a liberating experience being, the driver of my destiny, so to speak. But things have changed over the last 18 months or so. we're not out of the woods yet on this one, but the main thing is, for those watching at home, I hope you're staying safe and you're staying well at this particular juncture. We've very shortly going to be getting underway with our first Minimax race out of 2 here today at Kerpen. So 10 drivers in total. We've had over 100 plus drivers here this weekend. I think the best part of nearly 110 drivers. But we have had other nationalities represented, such as Denmark and also the Netherlands have also joined in. So the drivers make their way out onto the circuit for race 1 out of 2. Minimax, and here is the grid. So Simon Meyer, who should be showing on the timing screens, has not come out of the pre-grid, so I'm wondering if that's going to be a bit of a development for race 1. Mika Trapp, our points leader coming into this round, will line up on the outside of the front row. Alexander Klugel in the 180. Nine Bretag in the 191. Matthias Schulte, who was at the sharper end of the grid after qualifying yesterday, starts P5 and will have alongside the 150. It will be the 121 of David Girouche. Devin Leon Ukar in the 153 and Bennett Meyer in the 106 completes the top 4 rows, and completing the top 10, which actually rounds out the grid, Kenyon Washington in the 114 and the 105 of Kevin Schneider. So Simon Meyer is actually out on the circuit, so the transponder has broken the timing beam. Oh, and a bit of a spin there. That was for Mika Trapp, not what you want on the formation lap. Good thing is, the 118 was able to gather it back together and get back out onto the circuit. So again, 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Simon Meyer and Mika Trapp will control the pace. We had 2 different winners yesterday. Mika Trapp in the first heat. Simon Meyer fending off Mika Trapp for the victory in heat 2. But based on countback, Simon Meyer would be the one at the front of the field. Now, the strange thing is, Simon Meyer actually joined the party late and could be starting from the back of the grid as a result of that, unless Simon Meyer actually catches up, which could very much be the case because the other 9 drivers are there. So it looks like Simon Meyer's got some work to do. Simon Meyer has got some work to do, I think. So 9 minutes plus an additional lap. There is a little bit of a dry line starting to show on the circuit here at Kerpen. There is Simon Meyer, and has was not in. So revs rise, into the tram lines we go. Have we been given the green light to go racing? Looks like the timer has started. So Mika Trapp, as a result of Simon Meyer's unfortunate late entrance onto the grid, has given him pole position. And already, there's a bit of bumping and boring as someone's gone off track and started going rallycrossing. But Simon Meyer might have already made a couple of places up, and we've not even gotten 30 seconds into the race. You can see that there is a definitive dry line starting to show as the Mojo wet weather tyres have started pushing aside. the dampness on the circuit. There is Mika Trapp leading the way. Alexander Klugel in second. Nein Bretag in third place. We're about to complete lap number 1. As drivers are scrabbling for traction coming out of the final corner. So Kenyon Washington has already jumped his way up the order, up to 4th place. It could be 3rd very shortly. Oh, nearly loses the back end going through turn 2, and that allows Nein Bretag to get through. Devin Leon Ukar right on the back bumper of the 114. Matthias Schulter also trying to factor in at the same time. But through on this particular moment, it's not going to be the case. Mika Trapp leads from Alexander Klugel. There's at Nein Bretag as Kenyon Washington and Devin Leon Ukar are battling away over what is 4th on the road. And Devin Leon Ukar just literally lights up the rear tyres. And they bite onto the tarmac and propel the 153 forward ahead of the 114. So just under 2 minutes of this race completed. We've still got 7 to go plus 1 additional lap. So Mika Trapp is leading the way. Alexander Klugel was 1.19 seconds behind, but Klugel has just gone quickest of anybody. 1 minute 1.191 seconds, and has got the gap down to less than a second. Nein Bretag in 3rd. Devin Leon Ukar, Kenyon Washington rounds out the top 5. David Girouche rounds out the top 7 behind Matthias Schulter. Simon Mayer now up into 8th position and is starting to wind up the wick and is running in the 1 minute 3.2s at the moment. However, if the pace starts to increase from the 145, who was due to start from pole position, it could have been a very different story altogether if he started on the front, because he could have pulled away. But Mika Trapp is still leading. So a third of the race is now completed. 6 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Mika Trapp continues to lead, as he has done since the lights went out and we went racing here in race 1 for Minimax. So through into turn 2. They're trying to use the outside line just to cool the tyres a little bit, because now that there's a definitive dry line starting to show on the circuit, it's going to start overheating those tyres. And especially with the way that the track is starting to evolve rather quickly, now that we've had morning warm-up, we're now at full racing speed. But a lot of the track itself and the sunshine starting to peer through the clouds, when it's actually more than peering through, it's breaking through the clouds and bringing some well-needed sunshine and warmth onto the circuit. So that's going to help the track to evolve. So the drivers are all in wetsuits at the moment. There still will be some spray kicked out behind from the rear axles, as Nein Bretag has got Devin Leon Ukar closing in, and that is the battle for 3rd position on the road through the final corner. There's Kenyon Washington out of shot. And so these two are separated by just over 2.5 tenths of a second. Washington is about a couple of seconds away from this battle. One of the other things that could be sometimes it can be more of a hindrance than a help. There'll be a hindrance to one and a help to another, because the minute you get the glare as the sunshine bounces off wet tarmac, it can be rather disconcerting regarding your peripheral vision. And Devin Leon Ukar trying to put the power down. The back end on that cart is looking rather loose, as you probably hear in, like, say, maybe an IndyCar or a NASCAR term, where you put the power down, the back end starts like stepping out a little bit, and that's what we saw from Devin Leon Ukar, but who still, despite that, is keeping pace with Nein Bretag. And we're into the sub-60s, as Mika Trapp now puts in a 59.862 second lap time and is 1.172 seconds ahead of Alexander Klugel in the 180. Battle for 3rd place still wages on. But keep your eyes on Kenyon Washington, who is getting quicker. Washington is now 1.7 seconds behind the battle for P3, who could have nearly swapped positions right there. has the change happened? Don't think it has quite yet. But not for the want of trying. So a third of the race left to go. 3 minutes plus an additional lap still remaining here in Minimax Race 1 on Sunday. Mika Trapp leads. Alexander Klugel in second. Nein Bretag in third. Devin Leon Ukar, Kenyon Washington, Simon Mayer, David Girush rounding out the top 7. Bennett Meyer, Kevin Schneider and Matthias Schulte rounds out the top 10. Very well, no, that's now changed because Matthias Schulte has got past Kevin Schneider. Not too sure if Schneider has had a little bit of an off-track excursion, but is yet to cross the line. I would imagine that Schneider might have called it time, or maybe the cart has called time on this race for the 1:05. But 2 minutes to go. About to complete lap number 7. And you can see now the dry line is really starting to show itself here at the circuit. And this will be further exacerbated when we have 24 junior Rotax drivers up next on this circuit. So 1 minute and 35 seconds remain. Mika Trapp still leads, but by just under 0.6 of a second from Alexander Klugel. Kevin Schneider looks to be retiring from the race, I'm afraid. 105 running on the energy chassis as an independent entry. Now, Alexander Klugel needs to do something rather quickly, because in the next 2 to 3 laps, you can, if you can, there's that dry line really starting to show here. The drivers are really having to keep an eye on the tyres because they'll feel it through the seat of their pants how the kart is actually handling. A term used by ex-Formula 1 driver on multiple occasions when he was running with Williams and Red Bull and McLaren, David Coulthard. And that's how these drivers understand how the kart is handling. What's going to be the feedback to the mechanic when they get back to the awning, as there has been a spinner, and that looks to be Kenyon Washington, I believe, judging by the brightly coloured race helmet there. And Washington's been off again. That is twice in rapid succession, so I think Kenyon Washington has really had a bit of a mare, as we would say. Now the timer is about to hit 0. And this time, the final lap board comes out. Mika Trapp goes on to the 10th and final lap of this race, leading Alexander Klugel by just over 0.36 of a second. And Washington has started to drop down the order multiple places. So has dropped out of what was 5th position and has dropped to the bottom end of the field. Kevin Schneider did retire on lap 5. But Alexander Klugel is trying to deliver that killer blow on the final lap of the race to take the lead and also the race victory. But Mika Trapp looks over the right shoulder, sees where Klugel is in terms of proximity, and knows that he has to go defensive. Klugel could mount an attack coming out of the final corner, but they go through the chicane, through the left-hander. Alexander Klugel, could it be a run to the line? It's not going to be on this particular occasion because Mika Trapp wins race 1 here on Sunday by 0.345 seconds. Nein Bretag takes P3. Devin Leon Ukar rounds out the top 4. Simon Mayer, who was due to start on pole position, incredible fight back from the back end of the grid to finish in 5th place ahead of the 121 of David Girush. Matthias Schulte in 7th. Bennett Meyer rounds out the top 8. Kevin Schneider we did have retire on lap number 5, but Kenyon Washington who had two respective off-track excursions. I'm sure that I'll probably get an Instagram message from him at some point as to what was the problem. But Kenyon Washington would be classified 9th. But Mika Trapp goes into this afternoon with all the confidence in the world as he wins race 1 on Sunday in Minimax.
In Richtung Rotax Senior mit Werkslauf Nummer 1 am heutigen Sonntag. tragen Sie Ihre Maske, sonst wird es zu Geldstrafen und eventuellen Absage oder Unterbrechung oder Abbrechen der Veranstaltung geführt. Bitte tragen Sie Ihre Maske auch auf den Tribünen und in den Zuschauerbereich.
Here's your grid for Junior Rotax Race 1 here on Sunday at Kerpen. Rafael Renhofer won the intermediate classification after yesterday's festivities and will be joined by Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark on the front row. Current championship leader Farin Mega will start on the inside of row number 2. Alongside will be Nikita Genza in the 226. Yanni Stiak in the 239 and Navio Fischer in the 236 ran out row 3. Row 4 is Rafael Balzer in the 217 and the 277 of Louis Reichel. Louis Jacobs and Louis Detling in the 228 and the 201 respectively complete the top 10 on the grid. 11th to 20th is as follows: Leandro Fischer in the 233, Bruno Mulders in the 271, Matti Sturlo in the 242, Jonny Mertz in the 230, Maximilian Schreier, Gregor Feigenspan, Olli Glan, Hugo Güttel, David Schnell, and also Moritz Wolber. Bringing up the rear of the 24-strong grid will be Montego Maassen, Tom Müller, Jonas Ungnader, and Adrian Roa. So a little bit longer for the Junior Rotax drivers. Goes up to 11 minutes plus an additional lap. And as you can see, the track is still evolving. And the drivers, I'm wondering how many of them are on slick tyres. Well, your guess is as good as mine, because we're about to find out who has decided to do the old Jensen Button routine. Intermediate conditions, slick tyres, hope the track evolves, hopefully you get some good purchase on the circuit, but it just depends on how brave the drivers are. And also it depends on their racecraft. Have they decided that this was the best call, the right decision? Well, the drivers are weaving from side to side to get themselves into the zone, get themselves psyched up, ready to race. And all they're focused on is to getting to the checkered flag first out of everybody. 12 rows of drivers, that's 24 competitors. And give or take, we'll have around about 12 minutes of racing action in this first of 2 races for Junior Rotax. So it's Renhofer on pole with Pedersen, Mega, Genza, Stiak, Fischer, Balzer, Reichel, Jacobs and Detling. That is your top 10. Right, into the tram lines we go. The revs start to rise. Are we ready? And we are racing, and a good start from both Rafael Renhofer and Farin Mega, who get into first and second as the field makes its way down to turn 2 for the first time. A little bit wide there from Mikkel Pedersen, but that allows Nikita Genza to get up the inside, as quite a few drivers like Montego Maassen making moves up the order. Montego Maassen actually made up a couple of positions on the start phase, but now it is Renhofer versus Farin Mega at the front of the field. And look at the gap they've already sprung. Mikkel Pedersen looks to have gone wide through the S's once again. So the drivers pushing like crazy, and Farin Mega looking one way, looking the other. Renhofer going on the defensive early. And that's not one thing you want to have to do in the first couple of moments in this race. But Farin Mega right up the back bumper of Renhofer. There is Nikita Genza being followed by Mikkel Pedersen. Jonny Mertz has dropped down to the top 13 positions as Mega goes for the lead. Up the inside of Renhofer through into turn 2. Renhofer goes a little bit wide. Genza keeps it on the inside, and because of Renhofer going wide, that has allowed Genza to get through. Pedersen's pinning it around the outside of Renhofer and has made the move up into P3. So Renhofer now having to fight back. The sunshine starting to beat back down on the circuit once again. That's more like it. That's the kind of weather we want to see. Don't want any rain here, I'm afraid. Now, Mikkel Pedersen has got an absolute run and a half on Nikita Genza, and Genza's in second place, not just on the road here, but also in the championship standings coming into this round. There's a little bit of drama behind. You've got the likes of Bruno Malders, Nevio Fischer, Janis Diak in that, and Renhofer's down to around about sixth position. There's the move for second position, courtesy of Mikkel Pedersen on Nikita Genza going through turn 2. Now into the next left-hander and into this sweeping S-bend complex. Very deceptive in terms of its pace. You can see them absolutely flying through. Hardly any brake being used, but more a case of lifting and coasting. If you want to do any sort of... you're using the momentum of the car to bring it through that complex. And the slightest of overcorrection can really cause a problem if you're not in a rhythm. 8 minutes and 25 seconds plus an additional lap. Farin Mega now leads from Mikkel Pedersen by nearly 1.3 seconds, as there's a train and a half. It's being led by Rafael Renhofer, who's got Rafael Balzer and Janis Diak not too far behind. As Balzer goes off. Balzer goes off and onto the grass, very wide through turn 2, and loses positions like no tomorrow, and has just been passed by Mathis Turlo. So Rafael Balzer's misfortune there has cost him big time. So that would have been the likes of Janis Diak getting through. Lewis Reichel would have gotten through as well, including Lewis Detling. And now the train's behind. Now there looks to be a yellow flag of some description, I would imagine. And there is, that's the 218. Ole Glan is out of the race. I'm wondering if Ole Glan has had some dramas, as Rafael Renhofer is right in the battle for the bottom part of the top 10, having started from pole position. It has been a difficult race. Mathis Turlo getting stuck in, Rafael Balzer just behind as well. Gregor Feigenspan in the 211, now 11th position. As here is the battle for second, third and fourth. Pedersen versus Genza and Malders. Bruno Malders, who had that first lap incident with Mathis Turlo going through turn 1 in the first heat yesterday. Malders has profited big time. So Ole Glan will be the first driver, unfortunately, to retire from this race. Now, I would imagine that with the way that the track has evolved, the drivers are on slick tyres. Now, if you get hung out to dry like we saw with Rafael Balzer earlier on, that's why a driver will go that far wide. But Ole Glan might have had a complete miscalculation and probably might have outbraked or gone a bit wide and tried to put the power down, and it spat the kart out, exit stage left, maybe into the barriers. I'm not 100% sure, but Ole Glan was upright, unassisted, out of the kart, which was a good thing to see. And now with 6 minutes and 9 seconds on the clock to go, Nikita Genza has got past Mikkel Pedersen and has pulled away. The gap's not that much at the moment, but Nikita Genza, we know through previous exploits, can get the job done. So Nikita Genza puts in the fastest lap of the race of 48.077. That indicates to me that the drivers are on slicks, and judging by the glance that I just had, the opportunity to look at the back axles of both Mikkel Pedersen and Bruno Malders, they are on slick tyres. So the gamble for some was worth the payout. And at the moment, Mikkel Pedersen seems to be having a little bit of a drama because he's dropped into the clutches of Bruno Malders, and Malders very shortly could get past. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when does that happen. And I would think that's probably going to happen on the very next lap. 5 minutes and 6 seconds remain, and here goes Malders. Is he going to go for the move up the inside of Pedersen through turn 2? Gets the job done nice and early. So far in Mega has a lead of just over 1.4 seconds from Nikita Genza. Ole Glan is a confirmed retirement. Well, it was a confirmed retirement the minute he was upright and out of the kart. So Ole Glan will start from the back of the grid for race 2 for Junior Rotax, which will take place at about 5:02 local time here in Kerpen, depending on any delays or stoppages that we might have that might influence the racing day's timetable. So Fire and Mega continuing to lead, but Rafael Balzer is the one that's starting to put in the hot laps. He's doing a bit of hammer time at the moment. Is the number 217 down in 10th position. He's put in the fastest lap of a 47.637 on the completion of lap 7 of this race. We're on to lap number 9. Janis Diak, in the meantime, has got past Nevio Fischer. That, more importantly, is for 5th place on the road, and is going to start trying to chase down Mikkel Pedersen, who's in 4th place. And in the meantime, now, my biggest conundrum here is this. How come Fahin Mega has now got Nikita Genza breathing down his neck? That, to me, says that there has been a drama. I'm just going to have a look at the lap times now. 48.599 for Fahin Mega. He lost out by over a second to Nikita Genza, so I'm sure that Fahin Mega will have had a drama at some point at the circuit. That's unlike Fahin Mega to make mistakes. Like, I haven't really seen many mistakes from him this season in this championship. Sometimes it's been a bit of no lady luck on his side. But you have one mistake around this circuit and it bites. And Nikita Genza has found a little bit of purchase, but has also found the fastest lap of the race of 47.499. Now, I did say his drivers were doing the old Jensen Button routine, so there will be some greasy patches on the circuit, and that can catch drivers out. Bruno Mulders is being hounded by Mikkel Pedersen for P3. The Dane goes up the inside of the Dutchman into turn 2, gets the job done. No switchback counter-offensive from Mulders. Well, he did look on the inside going into turn number 3, as they now go through into the S-bend sections, but Nikita Genza is being hounded by Fahin Mega once again. But look at the two behind. They are closing. The gap was over a second last time, or nearly a second last time, between Nikita Genza and Bruno Mulders when they crossed the line after 10 laps of racing. We're about to complete lap number 11. So Genza leads after 11 laps of racing. Top 4 now covered by just under 1 second as Mega closes up in the draft. Going through into turn 2, but was not close enough. Mikkel Pedersen, in the meantime, has absolutely flown through and was exactly, well, nearly 0.4 of a second quicker than Nikita Genza. So Genza's the one punching the hole in the dirty air. Mega's the one following. It's a double toe for Pedersen. It's a triple toe for Bruno Mulders, and you can see now that in the last 90 seconds plus an additional lap of this race, things are now on a knife edge. They're on that precipice point. So it's dependent on who is going to come out on top. 1 minute and 10 seconds plus an additional lap remains. Nikita Genza still leads, but Fahin Mega is going to come under fire very, very quickly indeed if he's not careful. And there's Mikkel Pedersen trying to force the issue. But Mega soaks up that pressure like a sponge. Bruno Mulders has got the ringside seat and is just waiting to see what happens in front, but he's not got time on his side as the 271 from the Netherlands. And Nikita Genza still leading. 35 seconds on the clock remains. So we're on lap number 13. We're going to go on to the 14th and penultimate lap of the race very shortly as they come across the stripe. Genza has now got a bit of a healthier lead, 3.5 of a second. Pedersen up the inside of Mega going into turn 2. Will the Dane get the job done? Yes, he does. And Bruno Mulders also sweeps through and gets past Fahin Mega. So within one corner, Fahin Mega drops from 2nd to 4th at the drop of a hat or a snap of a fingers. As Rafael Balzer, in the meantime, has got past Lewis Heichel for 7th place. Time has expired. Next time around will be the final lap board. And Nikita Genza is helping his championship hopes with this very effort, having got past the likes of Fahin Mega, the likes of Mikkel Pedersen, and got it done early and has kept control of the race. Final lap board is out. And now Bruno Mulders is on the hunt for Mikkel Pedersen. As they go into turn 2, Mulders looking up the inside of the Dane and the switchback happens. And this is going to open the door for Fahin Mega. Mega looking to the outside of turn 3 on Mulders, can't get through. Now through the sweeping S's for the final time. Oh, that's a beauty of a move from Farin Mega. Right up close, side pod to side pod, sidewall to sidewall. Brilliantly timed, neatly executed manoeuvre there from Farin Mega. There are yellow flags going into turn 2, so there must have been an incident down there. But out of the final corner, Nikita Genza goes into this afternoon with a bag full of confidence and a win to his credit, winning by nearly 1.4 seconds ahead of Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen. Farin Mega with a neatly timed move on Bruno Molders would see the 276 take third place at the end of what was 15 laps of racing. Molders in 4th, Janis Diak in 5th, the head of Nevio Fischer. Good work by Rafael Balzer. Has not been out of the top 10, I think, for the majority of this season. Puts another one in the bag with a 7th place finish. Mathis Turlo up into 8th at the end, ahead of Louis Reichel and Louis Detling, who complete the top 10. Gregor Feigenspan in 11th, ahead of Leandro Fischer. Jorim Arts, Montego Maston having a great run, starting outside of the top 20, finishing in 14th. David Schnell finishes in 15th, ahead of Jonas Ungrada. Tom Müller, Adrian Hoare, Moritz Volber ended up 19th. Louis Jacobs down in 20th at the flag, ahead of Maximilian Schreier, Hugo Goetzel. It's been a disaster on Sunday so far for Rafael Renhofer, as he will start 23rd in the second race later on today. And Ole Glan, after 3 laps, would retire from the race. So there are more overtakes happening through in senior Rotax. Maurice Schmeis now makes it a JJ Racing 1-2, having gotten past Lukas Hartmann in the 309. And that is for second position on the road, but things are rather tightly packed at the beginning of the first couple of minutes of this race. So the drivers now making their way through the S-bends. So Luca Thiel, who took the lead in the intermediate classifications after the ranking following the heats, now is leading the way ahead of Maurice Schmeis. Linus Henson trying to get himself back up into the top three. Other drivers that have made moves up the order. Henson is now in fourth place and has got Nico Handke just behind. Lukas Thompson rounds out the top six ahead of Luca Köster. Kian Agasade, first time I've seen the 362 up into the top 10 this weekend. Darius Nito and also Max Busch complete the top 10 as that's a bit of a that was not cut, that was very cut and dry right there and then, because Maurice Schuring put the brakes on Henson. Henson nearly got collected by Handke, who goes up the inside through turn 3, and all of a sudden Lukas Thompson gets through and jumps up from 6th to 4th at the drop of a hat. And there's been a multiple car incident, and that is on turn 3, the 341. Maddox Fitz, yesterday's pole sitter in time qualifying. So you're probably going to find the likes of maybe Jan Heinen might have been involved, or maybe Andrei Petropoulos in the 301, but that was a multi-car incident going through turn number 3. That's not what you want at this particular moment in time, because you're going to find out the hard way whether drivers will be able to come back from certain altercations, and that being one of them, not exactly what they would want to see. So 9 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this race. Now fighting tooth and nail for every single millimetre, every single inch on the circuit. And Luca Thiel is still hanging on to the lead of the race, but by just over 1/10 of a second. Behind is Lucas Hartmann, who's now trying to go for the lead up the inside of Luca Thiel through turn 2, gets the move done, and now this is going to open the floodgates. There is one car that I've just seen, so it's Darius Nito and Andrei Petropoulos that has I've just seen, and Philip Keskik down in 26th position, but the battle for the lead well and truly on. It looks like 7 drivers are going to be contesting that, and the one at the front of the field is Luca Thiel at this moment in time. Now things are starting to expand a little bit, because there's been a little bit of a drama for Maurice Schmeis, who now is behind, who was behind, but is now in front of Lukas Thompson, who briefly got up into 3rd position before Schmeis elbowed his way through turn 2. Schmeis now trying to get past as well. It looks like I think that Linus Henson could be very much in the mix, current reigning and defending champion. And Henson now up from 6th into 4th. So Maurice Schmeis and Nico Handke respectively in 6th and 5th position on the road. But now Linus Henson has got past Lukas Thompson and now is up into P3. Luca Köster, I think, has fallen by the wayside, unfortunately. The 366 now finds himself out of the race on lap number 6. We've still got 7 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in this race, and Luca Thiel is hanging on to the lead by the slightest strand of rope he can find, and probably has a finger and a thumb to it at the moment, because Lucas Hartmann is closing in number 309. So Henson has got time to find, 1.261 seconds to be precise. moment, Maddox Wirtz is the fastest driver out of everybody at the moment. Maddox Wirtz, who now sits in 19th position behind the number 328 of Vivian Michel Haidt. Jan Heinen rounds out the top 20. Luca Costa has officially retired from the race. A real shame for the 366. But Lukas Hartmann just biding time, waiting. And now Linus Henson has broken away from Nico Handke to the tune of just over half a second. Through into the S-bends once again. Gap has been no higher than just over 0.2 of a second between first and second position in this race, because Luca Thiel and Lukas Hartmann are literally running at the same pace. They're in the 45.8s at the moment. Other drivers that improved on lap time, Linus Henson now has got the gap down to about 1.2, just over a second and a quarter. So Linus Henson is on the move, on the march. And he's the quickest out of the top three. Nico Handke is the quickest out of the top four with a 45.849 second lap time. It's been a bit of a difficult day already for the 327 of Bennett Arends, who we saw at the sharper end of the grid. I'm wondering whether the 327 from RS Competition might be having an early respite. And it's a real shame, because Arends was very, very quick yesterday, especially in the second heat. So 24 drivers still circulating after 11 laps. Yep, that's the sign I didn't want to see from Bennett Arends. And unfortunately, looks like we're going to have our fourth retirement out of 28 drivers. But Lukas Hartmann is staying close to Luca Thiel, not giving the 399 any opportunity to breathe as they go through the S's. So Hartmann is close, waiting like Shere Khan in the reeds, like in the Jungle Book, waiting for Mowgli. They come through the chicane once again. We're on to the completion of lap number 13. We still have another 4 minutes plus an additional lap. So that could be another 5-6 laps maybe. We could hit nigh on 20 laps with the pace that we're running in at the moment. And Maddox Wirtz is again a couple of, not this lap, just gone, but the lap before, has put in the fastest lap of anybody, a 45.492. And now has got past Lasse Reinhardt, Jan Heinen and Luisa Keller in the meantime. So a real good effort, but Luca Thiel controlling proceedings like he needs to. And Lukas Hartmann trying to close in. Linus Henson has not been able to make any inroads here today. As now Hartmann's really got the drive coming out of the final corner. Could this be where Luca Thiel loses the lead? Hartmann to the inside, through into turn 2 on lap number 15, and gets the move done on Luca Thiel. But as they say, the boot can sometimes be on the other foot. So Lukas Hartmann will have to fight for that position. Maddox Wirtz up past Lukas Vavajanak for 14th place. Jan Heinen past Lasse Reinhardt for 17th position. And Bennett Arends, as of lap 10, is an officially confirmed retirement, I'm afraid. Maximilian Pergand is the last of the 24 runners and riders that has crossed the stripe. And we're on to the latter stages of this race. 2.5 minutes to go. And Lukas Hartmann is fighting against Luca Thiel and also fighting against the conditions. Luca Thiel back up the inside to repay the favour. Pay it forward, as you will, and gets the job done. Retakes the lead on lap number 16 through turn 2. A great move from the 399. It's one of the more prevalent overtaking spots here at Kerpen, but whilst they've been battling away, Linus Henson has been chipping away at that gap and did a 45.819 second lap time. That was nearly 0.2 quicker than Lukas Hartmann. That was nearly 0.4 quicker than Luca Thiel on that previous lap. So Linus Henson is closing. Whilst these two have been battling away, look how Henson is closing the gap. It was 0.986 last time around. That's been nearly halved. That's 0.567 seconds between Linus Henson and Lucas Hartmann, as Hartmann's trying to fight his way past Luca Thiel. Luca Thiel's not wanting to give that place up, and Linus Henson is now reeling them in. Hook, line, and sinker. 1 minute and 20 to go, plus an additional lap. Henson on a charge. Hartmann trying to get past Thiel. Thiel not giving any quarter. Double waved yellows coming through the exit of the S's. We've had a massive incident. Kian Agasade and Nico Handke have come together. And Handke's already been in the trenches yesterday as of Heat 2. So top 3 last time around were covered by just over 7.5 tenths. Make that less than 6 tenths now. 0.574. And another personal best lap time from Linus Henson in 3rd place. So the double wave yellows. So I'm wondering how that all happened between Nico Handke and Kian Agasade, because the pair of them now are not having a great day on Sunday. And Nico Handke's race in Heat 2 yesterday was really one that he would rather forget. Now this becomes the 2nd race in a row where that's happened. 18 seconds to go, plus an additional lap in this race. We are now on to we're going to be on the completion of lap number 18, so we are going to hit 20 laps by the end of the timer. So lap number 19, the penultimate lap of this race. Timer hits 0 as we go through turn 2 for the penultimate time. Top 3, line astern. There were 4 tenths covering 1st to 3rd last time around. Into the S's for the penultimate time. Through we go. Into the right. Now into the next left. Into the right again. And into the next left. That brings them out of the S's. One more lap after this one. It's going to be a real humdinger of a contretemps between these 3. So Luca Thiel still leading. Lucas Hartmann, Linus Henson. They now have one more lap to go. And across the line, final lap board is out. 0.329 separates the top 3. Hartmann sends the old dummy on Luca Thiel, tries the old Nigel Mansell 1990s Formula 1 trick, but it doesn't pay off. Through into the S's. It's going to be about who gets the best run. Luca Thiel is in the prime position to defend and make the back axle of the 399 as wide as humanly possible. But it's also dependent on the grit and the determination of the 2 behind. Who's going to come out on top? Hartmann with a look over the right shoulder, sees Henson right up close and personal. The chicane and one more left-hander to negotiate. But he's going to hang on. Luca Thiel does the business in race 1 and wins by 0.127 seconds. That was a winning margin. Top 3 rounded out by Linus Henson, covered by just over a quarter of a second. Lucas Thompson, who was in the mix for possibly a top 3 finish, rounds out the top 4. Morris Schmeis completes the top 5 ahead of Adrian Dobric, Finch Diak, Max Busch, Leander Luke Schneider, and Maddox Wirtz, who completes the top 10. Giuseppe Fico in 11th ahead of Lukas Vavajanak, Mats Johan Overhoff in 13th ahead of Jan Heinen. Luisa Kehler completes the top 15 in the 331 ahead of Denny Bount, Vivian Michel Haidt, Mark Schuckmann, Lasse Reinhardt, Finley Hamfrecht, who completes the top 20, and rounding out the 22 drivers that completed the race, Philip Keskik and also Maximilian Pagant, who should be crossing the line momentarily, or will be heading into the pits very shortly, following the train of karts that are going in. Retirements, lap 15, a clash between Nico Handke and Kian Agasade put them out of the race with just a few laps remaining. Bennett Arends retired on the halfway distance, lap 10. Luca Costa, lap 6, and Darius Nitu and Andrei Petropoulos on lap number 4. So 2 more races before the lunch break, and here is DD2 race 1 here on Sunday. Mika Metz, who won both heats yesterday, starts from pole position, so has already bagged 25 points to help his championship hopes this season. Yannick Jacobs will line up alongside in the 401. Row 2, it's the 433 of Florian Breitenbach and the 413 of Marcel Steinert. Row 3, it's Fabian Bock in the 481 and the 442 of Leon Arndt. Row 4, it is Hannes Border and Jonas Wolscheid in the 468 and the 420. Ronny Göttler and Yannick Herrmann in the 466 and the 469 complete the top 10. Lukas Horstmann and Robert Schopian are meant to be on row number 6. Lukas Horstmann has not yet entered onto the grid, so might be starting from the dummy grid when the field gets released. Laurent Seyfried in 13th, Tristan Gebhardt in 14th ahead of Marco Göttler, Tim Stender, Mark Bartels and Philipp Dreschler, who completes the 18-strong grid. Once again, 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And at the moment, the way things are looking, looks to be that things are still dry over in Kerpen. And at the moment, it's a west-south-westerly wind of about 15 kilometers an hour. Humidity around 79%. And it's 19 degrees Celsius ambient air temperature here at Kerpen. Right then, 14 minutes on the clock. Around the final corner they go, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? And let's see if this is a good start. Looks like that might be the case, because already Yannick Jacobs has gotten ahead of Mika Metz, who storms up the inside. It's 2 by 2. Hurrah! Between the top 6, going through turn 2 and into 3. That was very, very close indeed, but Yannick Jacobs looks to have got the initial advantage going through. Florian Breitenbach looks to be in 3rd place, ahead of Fabian Bock. Marcel Steinert rounds out the top 5. As Mika Metz looking to get past Yannick Jacobs, going through into the chicane. Through the left-hander that they just negotiated before the chicane. Oh, a little bit of a bump and run there, as Fabian Bock, right in the slipstream of Mika Metz, gets past Florian Breitenbach. And look at the amount of control from Marcel Steinert. He's trying to steamroll his way up the inside through for 4th place. And there's Leon Arndt also trying to capitalise. And it looks like Florian Breitenbach has lost a couple of positions, and that is the case. So Marcel Steinert now up into 4th place, ahead of Leon Arndt. Florian Breitenbach rounds out what will be the top 6, and you will very short, well, does have, is Hannes Border just behind. Robert Schopian's got himself up the order a little bit further, as now Marcel Steinert is battling away. Across the line to complete lap number 2. Mika Metz now has a 0.7 second advantage ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Fabian Bock rounds out the top 3 and has gone defensive on Marcel Steinert going into turn 2. Into the left-hander at 3 they go. He's got Leon Arndt right up his back bumper as the 413. Florian Breitenbach, Hannes Border round out the top 7 ahead of Robert Schopian. Looks like Lukas Horstmann has unfortunately not even gotten going, so a real shame for Horstmann after what was a great second heat yesterday. The first heat was with technical dramas because something from the bottom of the cart actually flew out from underneath after circumnavigating his way around 5 laps of the circuit here, 1.107 kilometers in length. 11 minutes and 40 seconds still to go, and Mika Metz has extended a lead to now 1.2 seconds, as here is a change for second. Make that 3rd, make that possibly 4th if Leon Arndt can keep it pinned around the outside of Marcel Steinert, but can't get the job done. I think that's opened the door for Florian Breitenbach. No, not quite. So Steiner finds himself up into P3 behind Fabian Bock. Yannick Jacobs now down into 4th place. Leon Arndt in 5th. And Jacobs now fighting back against Steinert. And trying to go through was Leon Arndt. Here's Florian Breitenbach. So it's musical chairs here at Kerpen in DD2. And one person that's definitely not wanting to play by that game is Mika Metz, and extends the lead now by over a second. That's incredible pace. It was a 45.325 second lap time from Mika Metz, but it's all kicking off behind. Leon Arndt trying to keep it pinned around the outside, going through turn 3 on Yannick Jacobs, but has the job happened? No, it hasn't, because a few other drivers, Robert Schorpian has got himself into into what is now, that is 4th place, I believe, or maybe even make that 5th place. Because in the meantime, Marcel Steinert is currently in what is 3rd place. Then it's Jacobs. Fabian Bock rounds out the top 2 behind Mika Metz, who's 2.6 seconds up the road. Leon Arndt up into down to 6 behind Robert Schorpian, and it's getting a bit argy-bargy between the two Nice racing drivers. All Hannes Border and Florian Breitenbach better watch their P's and Q's. And plus, they also don't want to take each other out, because that could cause dramas for the pair of them. Florian Breitenbach coming into this round was actually in the title picture. We've had 2 retirements, unfortunately, on the very first lap. Lukas Hossmann, didn't even get to the start and is out of the race. Tristan Gebhardt now also out on lap number 3. Ronnie Göttler's going to be the next casualty, I'm afraid, on lap number 4. So 5 minutes completed, 9 to go, plus 1 lap, and DD2 very much in full swing. So Mika Metz leads by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Fabian Bock. Marcel Steiner, Yannick Jacobs, Robert Schorpian, Leon Arndt, Florian Breitenbach, Marco Göttler, Hannes Border and Jonas Wolscheid complete the top 10, as we now have completed 7 laps of racing. The sunshine really starting to break its way through the clouds and bathe the circuit in warmth and sunlight. And that's going to be a welcome sight after what we had this morning, with quite a lot of greasy patches on the circuit, and then the wet line was then starting to evaporate as the racing got underway. So 3 retirements. Ronnie Göttler, lap 4. Tristan Gebhardt, lap 2. And Lukas Hossmann not even making the start of the race. Mark Bartels has made it up a couple of positions in the meantime, now up into 13th ahead of Philipp Dreschler and Lauren Seyfried. Seyfried's weekend hasn't really gone quite the way he would have wanted, the 439 running on the Comp Kart chassis, whereas Marcel Steinert is fighting at the sharp end of the grid and has got Yannick Jacobs for company. Now, if anyone might remember what happened at Wackersdorf, where Steinert and Jacobs went into turn 3 and Jacobs got sent off into the barriers, it was a racing incident, really. Quite a hefty hit, but at least the foam barriers doing their job at Wackersdorf, as we always know they do. And I've got a feeling that Florian Breitenbach might have made up a position, maybe has gotten past Leon Arndt as they make their way through into the S's. And that is pretty much confirmed. I've just seen it on the screen. So Breitenbach now up into P6, and we'll start closing in on Robert Schorpian in P5 as Jacobs swarming all over the back bumper of Steinert, who is not giving an inch and not allowing Yannick Jacobs to take a mile, but someone who's taking complete advantage of the situation like we saw yesterday Mika Metz now leads by nearly 4 seconds ahead of Fabian Bock. So the 4.64 leads the way ahead of the 4.81. Then it's the 4.13 of Marcel Steiner. The 4.01 of Yannick Jacobs. Robert Schorpian, the 4.77 now being pressurised by Florian Breitenbach, who is within striking distance. And then you've also got the 4.42 of Leon Arndt. So the battle for third place very much intensifying. There's Jacobs trying to close in once again on Steinert. But behind, a great little textbook move by Florian Breitenbach up the inside of Robert Schorpian through turn 2. But has he kept the move and kept the place? He has, because Robert Schorpian mounted a counter-offensive through the left-hander at turn 3. But Breitenbach knew the move might be happening and retaliated accordingly. So through into the chicane, just behind Breitenbach is Schorpian and Leon Arndt. We're on to lap number 13 of racing. And Leon Arndt now closing in on Robert Schorpian to now try and take that position. But through turn 2, that will never happen in the month of Sundays. And funnily enough, it is getting close to Sunday afternoon here. And when you're not talking that much about the leader, you know he or she is doing a damn fine job. That is what Mika Metz is doing at the moment. He's currently well up the order and has won both heats yesterday and is in the lead of the first race here on Sunday by the best part of nearly what will be closer, I think, to 5 seconds after 13 laps. Make that nearly 4.6 seconds as Fabian Bock has started to stretch away ever so slightly from Yannick Jacobs in P3, who has started to drop Marcel Steinert. Things are sort of spreading out. Someone's been playing the accordion again, haven't they? Breitenbach is now 0.4 of a second behind Steiner. Schorpian is 0.4 of a second behind Breitenbach in 6th place. Leon Arndt, however, is the driver closest to maybe going for an overtaking opportunity when it presents itself in the next 3.5 minutes plus a lap. Mark Bartels has now got himself past Tim Stender in the 4.09 to now get himself into the top 10. So on to lap 15, and Mika Metz leads by 4.6 seconds. Mika Metz also holds the fastest lap, 44.589, that was completed on lap number 13. We're on to lap 15 at the moment. Fabian Bock sets a personal best of a 44.728. Other personal best set by Leon Arndt, Marco Göttler, Hannes Bode, Mark Bartels. And we've also got Tim Stender and Jonas Wolscheid running at the top 12. Lawrence Seifried has finally got past Philipp Dreschler. It's not been an easy one for the 439 from FM Racing, as there is now Leon Arndt ahead of Robert Schorpian in the 477. Just over 2.5 minutes to go. Pretty straightforward move for Leon Arndt, running on the Kart Republic chassis. So that means he's now in 6th place. But this battle here is getting rather tasty, isn't it? Marcel Steiner versus Florian Breitenbach, and that is for 4th on the road, as we've got just over 2 minutes to go on the timer. Yannick Herrmann has now got past Jonas Wolscheid for 12th place. So not much movement happening up and down the order, but there are battles happening. Marcel Steiner is about 1/4 of a second ahead of Florian Breitenbach, and the nearest battle is Leon Arndt, who is trying to pull away from Robert Schorpian, but the 477 on the Mach 1 chassis is giving chase and trying to get an opportunity to retake that 6th place position. Philipp Dreschler and Lawrence Seifried seem to be swapping positions once again And Seifried finds himself down in 15th position, and he is the last of the classified runners so far, with Göttler, Ronny Göttler, Tristan Gebhardt and Lukas Horstmann not taking any further participation in this race. Horstmann didn't even make it to the start, unfortunately. So whether there has been some technical issues for Horstmann as a result of what happened yesterday. And on Sunday, when it's the main race day, where you can gain a lot of points or lose a lot of points, this is the day where you want everything to be working fine. And sometimes drivers do get ill, and they can sometimes have problems on the Sunday. So whether he's withdrawn and not started, that is at his discretion. We respect that decision. 25 seconds still to go, plus 1 lap. Mika Metz leads by 5.3 seconds, and as I say that, Laurent Seifried has parked it. The 439's weekend has gone from bad to worse over the past 12 hours or so. It's not been easy, never is, on the past 24 hours. So Seifried will start from 15th on the grid in the last race of the weekend. Timer has hit 0. And this time around, Mika Metz will take the final lap board. So we are down to 14 drivers. We now head on to the 20th and final lap of this 1.107 kilometre circuit. There is the race leader. Through the left-hander at turn 3, and then through into the S's. The sweeping S's, as I like to call them here at Kerpen. They're very, very fast momentum carrying sections here, and it's quite deceiving how committed these drivers really are, and they are pushing like crazy. So just a few more corners to negotiate through into the left-hand kink, onto the back straight that puts you through the chicane, then into the final left-hander. Mika Metz continues the 100% success rate here at Kerpen on round 3 of the season. Fabian Bock closes the gap to about 4.8 seconds after 20 laps of racing. Yannick Jacobs rounds out the top 3 and was half a second behind Fabian Bock at the end of the race. Marcel Steinert keeps a very, very good prowess showing this weekend by staying in 4th at the end of the race, ahead of Florian Breitenbach, who was pipped to 4th place by just 0.172 seconds. Leon Arndt in 6th ahead of Robert Schorpian, Marco Göttler in 8th, Hannes Border in 9th, with Mark Bartels in the 488 coming from the back of the grid to complete the top 10. Tim Stender in 11th ahead of Yannick Herrmann, Jonas Wollescheid and Philipp Dreschler. Unfortunately, retirements from Laurent Seifried on lap 16, Ronny Göttler lap 4, Tristan Gebhardt on lap 2, with Lukas Horstmann not taking the start.
Bobby, hast du eine Sekunde oder schlecht? Hast du eine Sekunde?
Well, we head into our final race of the morning's action here at Kerpen. DD2 Masters now up, and after the intermediate classification, it was Daniel Schollenberger in the 522 that will start from pole position. Michael Becker in the 526 will line up alongside on the front row. Andreas Frenzel in the 503 and Klaus Parnett in the 502 complete the top two rows. Tommy Helfinger in the 506 will have Thomas Peart in the 550 alongside. Thomas Peart denied a second victory in a row yesterday due to technical dramas halfway through the second heat yesterday afternoon. Patrick Weinstock in the 585 and the 555 of Stefan Grabau complete the top 8. Marco Winkler, who fancied a bit of rally crossing yesterday as opposed to being on the black stuff, starts 9th ahead of the 524 of Lennart Schreiber. Stefan Epp, Konrad Bayer, Tanju Yildiz and Falco Birkholz round out the 14 strong that will go into racing for the next 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Some slight delays so far due to some incidents on track. So we will be going into the lunch break after this particular race. But it will be down to who is going to get the jump on the field. Now, we have seen some great performances throughout the season. Marco Winkler has been in the top 6 on finals days quite regularly. Stefan Grabau had a pretty good win earlier on this season. And that would have been back in Mulsen. So effectively, don't count anyone out just yet. But Schollenberger came in this event with an 8-point advantage over Michael Becker coming into this round. But now the real race begins, because we find out who will be our new 2021 DD2 Masters champion. Helfinger was in the mix last year. He's in the top 6. But can he make a bit of a dent, a bit of an inroad into the lead that Schollenberger had coming into this round? Right then, red lights on the starting gantry. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are racing, and it's side by side between the top two as they go through turn 1, as Klaus Parnett looking to try and get past into second position. Becker's getting assaulted from all sides. Oh! Thomas Peart, the back axle goes bumping up and down off of the tarmac through turn 2. He was lucky to get away with that one and kept off of the grass, because that would have spun him 180 degrees at the very least. But Schollenberger is like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof and has gotten away from the rest of the field, because now second it's Michael Becker. Looks like Klaus Parnett is rounding out the top 2. Andreas Frenzel will be in around about 4th position. Thomas Peart was in 5th, but could be a little bit compromised after that altercation at turn 2 on the first lap of the race. Stefan Grabau has got himself up into 5th place by the end of the very first lap. And Thomas Peart drops down into 11th ahead of Konrad Bayer in the 580 from FM Racing with a comp kart chassis. 12 minutes and 56 seconds still to go. And Daniel Schollenberger has done a Sebastian Vettel. 1.4 seconds after the very first lap when it all kicked off behind, because Becker was being assaulted from all sides. You had Parnett, you had Helfinger, Grabau, Frenzel, all and sundry just going for it. Marco Winkler now finds himself in 6th place. He's gotten past Patrick Weinstock and Andreas Frenzel in the meantime, and now is closing in on the 555 of Stefan Grabau. So across the line they go. They complete lap number 2, and the lead between Schollenberger and Becker now extends to 1.996 seconds. Klaus Parnett, Tommy Helfinger, Stefan Grabau, Marco Winkler and Patrick Weinstock round out the top 7 positions. Thomas Peart has now gotten back up into the top 10. Konrad Bayer drops down to the bottom of the order, unfortunately. The number 580 in 14th position drops behind Lennart Schreiber and Falco Birkholz in 12th and 13th position respectively. Marco Winkler rounds out the top 6, but things are very much getting up close and personal at the front end of the field. So 11 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap still to go, as these drivers will be pushing like crazy. Klaus Parnett now coming under fire. He's been overtaken by Tommy Helfinger in the meantime, and Stefan Grabau right on the back bumper looking into turn 2, but up the inside Danny Rick licked the stamp and send it. Holy cow. Marco Winkler up the inside to take 5th place from the 555. That was neatly done by Marco Winkler. So we timed that to pretty much well-needed perfection. And got a good run, and now he's closing in on Klaus Parnet. So Winkler hunting a top 3 finish, in the very least, in one of the races here today. He has been running in the old 3 Series compacts. I've seen on his social media. Has Marco Winkler. I think the old 318 Ti's, if memory serves me correctly, but it's the version that was based on the E36 or E46 BMW 3 Series. So with 7 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, the sun continues to beat down on the circuit here in Kerpen. Daniel Schollenberger now has a 3.2 second lead ahead of Michael Becker. Tommy Helfinger rounds out the top 3. Klaus Parnet is coming under fire once again from Marco Winkler. Patrick Weinstock closing in on Stefan Krabal. That's the battle on your screens at the moment, ever so briefly. That's for P7. Thomas Piet now up into 6th place and has set the fastest lap of anybody, 45.235, and he's right up the back bumper of Marco Winkler as we speak. So we're about to hit the halfway point of the race itself. 7 minutes completed and 7 minutes still to go with an additional lap. So top 10 rounded out by Lennart Schreiber, as Stefan Epp has dropped a couple of positions in the meantime. There's the battle between Helfinger, Parnet, Winkler. Now here comes Thomas Piet in the Praga chassis on the 550. So this is a 4-way scrap for what is 3rd on the road. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remain in this race. The drivers are going to be continually pushing. As moment there for Marco Winkler. He's gone rally crossing again. Oh my goodness, what on earth happened there? I'm just going to have a quick look back. But coming into the left-hander, I think he went a bit defensive. And then all of a sudden, Piet went up the inside. Winkler had no other alternative but to go onto the muck and the dirt. That's going to dirty his tyres, and that has dropped him into 8th position. So that's not exactly what he wanted. No, that's not what he needed either. So it has changed the complexity of the battle for P3, because now Helfinger and Parnet going into battle. Thomas Piet has been closing. Thomas Piet has put in the fastest lap of the race on the completion of lap 9, 45.187 second lap time. And there's still time yet. I think Piet's in the hunt for a top 3 finish. Very, very easily that could be the case. So the wind has picked up. It's 15 kilometers an hour, west-southwesterly wind. Through turn 3, and there is Helfinger and Klaus Parnet battling over 3rd place. And Piet is not that far adrift either. Piet, last time, put in a 45.205, was over 2.5 tenths of a second quicker than Klaus Parnet, was over 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than Tommy Helfinger. So these two better watch their 6, because in the next 5 minutes plus an additional lap, I think Thomas Piet will get past them, and get past them rather easily and convincingly. So there you see on your screens, Thomas Piet is closing in. The gap was 8 tenths of a second. That looks to be more like half a second, not even that, because Klaus Parnet can feel the heat under the collar. Thomas Piet looked up the inside. Oh, there might have been a little bit of a touch between the pair. Right front to left rear coming through the left-hander. And, yeah, Piet went for the move. Oh, and at the slightest of touches, sidewall to sidewall, and Klaus Parnet finds himself down into 5th position and quickly going into the clutches of Stefan Grabau. So that's going to be, well, we've had a drama for Marco Winkler. Winkler has pulled off the track and he has retired from the race on lap number 10. So Daniel Schollenberger has consistently led this race from lights out. And at the moment, with just over 3 minutes and 20 seconds still to go, Falco Birkholz now is the next driver to pull into the pits and has decided to call it lunchtime. As of lap number 12 of this race, we're on lap number 15 of this race, with Schollenberger leading Michael Becker by just over 3.3 seconds. There is the race leader going through the sweeping S's. So 12 out of the 14 drivers still circulating, rounded out by the 580 of Konrad Bayer. So Birkholz has officially retired from the race. So 12 runners and riders still completing their way, circumnavigating their way around the circuit. There's the leader once again, Daniel Schollenberger. You haven't really talked much about the leader. The leader's been doing a pretty fine job out of the front. And Michael Becker still doing pretty well. He's gotten quicker and has put in a personal best, 45.289 seconds for the 526, running on the Comp Kart chassis. He's got to get down to about 2.95 seconds as we head into the final couple of minutes before the lunch break. So Schollenberger again, pretty consistent there, 45.317. Becker's done a 45.291 second lap time. And at the moment, I would probably say that we've maybe got another 3 to 4 laps still to come. So we'll probably hit 20 laps of racing. So that'll be just a shade over 22.1 kilometres of racing covered by every single driver that makes the full race distance. So we're on lap number 17, which is about to be completed as Daniel Schollenberger crosses the stripe, as does Michael Becker. Thomas Piet now up into P3 past Tommy Helfinger. So I thought that might be the case, that Piet would have eventually got up into P3. Has not got time on his side to close in on Michael Becker. That's a hell of a gap to try and close in on. 3.248 seconds within the next 36 seconds plus an additional lap. That's never going to help. That's never going to happen, no matter how hard you try. You can keep on pushing, keep on trucking, so to speak. Thomas Piet running in the 45.4s as Daniel Schollenberger. That's an epic lap that he's just set, a 45.116 second lap time on the 18th lap out of 20. The time is about to hit 0 very shortly. It does right now. So this plus an additional lap still to go. Lap 19 out of 20. And Schollenberger is very much keeping himself to himself, keeping out of trouble, keeping out of harm's way, and keeping his championship hopes alive quite fastidiously here in Kerpen, as we'll head to Wickenborn around 6 weeks' time for the season finale here in 2021. So final lap board is out for the morning's action. Schollenberger through the left-hander at turn 3 for the final time, the 20th and final time, not including the two, the sighting and the formation lap before things got going a bit earlier on. Still with metronomic precision, Schollenberger makes his way through the S's. And just the left-hand kink here, the chicane and the left-hand hairpin to circumnavigate, and the win will be his. So Schollenberger, relatively untouchable, relatively unchallenged, and takes the victory ahead of Michael Becker, who crosses the line 3.23 seconds adrift. Thomas Piet, after that roller coaster bumpy ride that he had going through turn 2 for the first time vasking around about 15 minutes ago, ends up P3. Tommy Helfinger, 4th, ahead of Klaus Barnett, who completes the top 5. Andreas Frenzel in 6th, ahead of Stefan Grabau. Patrick Weinstock rounds out the top 8 ahead of the 5.24 of Leonard Schreiber. Tanja Yildiz in the 5.70 makes it into the top 10 ahead of Stefan Epp and Konrad Bayer, with Bayer being the last of the 12 classified finishers, having completed the full 22.14 kilometres. That's 20 laps of this 1.107 kilometre circuit, with Falco Birkholz retiring on lap 12 and Marco Winkler at the halfway point in the race. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the morning's action here on the dedicated live stream, courtesy of Camp Company GmbH. So, join us just before 1:15 this afternoon, local time, and it's in just under 45 minutes. We'll be back as we get ready to get into the business end of the weekend before we head to Wittgenborn in just 6 weeks' time for the season finale. We'll see you in a few moments. Thanks for watching.
Ja, das ist er quasi dann die 66 oder 65 Grad über. Kannst du quasi der Anschluss kann die jetzt auch gerade. Ja.
euch geschmeckt? Gut. Reinhard, wenn du da mal irgendwann Luft hast, schickst du mir per E-Mail noch den Zeitplan für nächste Woche. Bitte? Schickst du mir den Zeitplan noch für nächsten Sonntag? Oder tust du mir weiterleiten gleich?
Ja, richtig. Okay.
Ja, was ganz gut, vor allem hat halt auch den Leerlauf. Ich kann halt vorwärts kann ich halt einfach rollen, wenn irgendwie das braucht irgendwann den Motor, ne? Der mit der Leistung so hoch ist. Ich wollte mal anfangs einen kaufen, aber die Dinger fahren ja nur 20 Kilometer oder 30, je nach Gelände und dann ist Feierabend. Genau. Nee, 6.
Will noch nicht sein.
Ja, ja, 6. Ich habe noch 5,2 Ampere, habe ich auch noch welche hier, 2 Stück. Also halt teuer, aber die 4 Ampere sind tatsächlich die effizientesten von denen. Die haben am längsten die Kraft. Ne? Genau, richtig. Ne? So, aber ich bin eigentlich bis jetzt persönlich dafür, wie gesagt, einfach wechseln. Da war ich nur mit Kunden gewesen. Ne? Also ich habe jetzt heute 12 Kilometer, gestern hatte ich 20. Ja, wenn man das läuft, dann kennst du glaube ich selber, ne? Das ist voll wahr.
Welcome back to the afternoon coverage of day 2 of round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here at Kart Club Kerpen Mannheim. We're getting underway with Micromax Race 2, and after earlier on, Nicolas Casarino, who took the race 1 victory earlier on today, starts from pole position. Alongside will be Noah Janssen. Arjen Kreiling completes the top 3. Alongside will be Gabriel Hoffmann. Len Abbas and Christos Malakos complete the top 3 rows ahead of Carlos Nies, Leon Blaskowitz, Leopold Jouch, Jolina Schultz and Tim Stieger. Now, Max Moore was actually disqualified post-race 1 earlier on today for outside assistance, so has thereby been excluded. Whether that has been an exclusion from the meeting, we will find out at some point in due course. Reference whether Max Moore will be starting, because the transponder has not broken the timing beam. So, earlier on, we had very different weather conditions here at Kerpen for these drivers, and we did see a few pirouettes happening through turn 2, but things look a little bit drier, a little bit easier to circumnavigate this time around, because now the track is very dry indeed. 9 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. So it's Casarino from Janssen, Kreiling from Hoffmann, Abbas, Malakos, Nies, Blaskowitz, Jouch, Schultz and Stieger. The drivers will now start to build up speed when they come out of the final corner. And then we should be good to go racing. 6 races to go here at Kerpen before we head to Witgenborn on the 2nd and 3rd of October for the season finale. So into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Looks like we've got things off and away, as Kreiling looks to have gotten up into 2nd position past Noah Janssen, but Janssen quickly on the counter-offensive. Oh, round the outside. That's not what you want to do there. Oh, and that is the number 19 of Len Abbas on the Maranello chassis, who went a bit brave and brazen round the outside, but unfortunately that has caused the 19 to become a bit unstuck. But Casarino being pressurised by Arjen Kreiling. 3rd, it's Noah Janssen. 4th, Gabriel Hoffmann. And that will mean that after the off-track excursions of Len Abbas, that means that Christos Malakos should be in 5th position. Max Moore has joined the field, so would have started from the dummy grid. 8 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And the gap between Casarino and Kreiling now is 0.223 of a second. Gabriel Hoffmann, neatly done manoeuvre up the inside of Noah Janssen for 3rd place. Janssen came into this round as the championship leader. Will still, by my reckoning, have a championship lead leaving here at Kerpen before we head to Witgenborn in the Hesse region in Germany. A lovely little part of the world. So Arjen Kreiling closing on Nicolas Casarino for the lead of the race. So we're fast approaching the completion of lap 2, but Gabriel Hoffmann and Noah Janssen are closing in. Kreiling looks to the left of Casarino. Tries to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy. Can't get the job done there, unfortunately. But this is allowing Noah Janssen in 4th and Gabriel Hoffmann in 3rd to close on in. Max Moore has now gotten up into 10th place. Christos Malakos now up into 8th position, having dropped a little bit further down the order, so must have been a few dramas. Yellow flags coming out of the S's. So someone has had, that probably might be to do with, oh, now we've had a little bit of an incident, and I'm just going to keep my eyes on it, but it was coming out of the S's. And so there were two carts that were stranded. So that's Len Abast and Leon Blashkowitz that have come together, I fear. Now the battle at the front of the field is heating up quite significantly, because Casarino, Kreling, Hoffman and Janssen were covered by just over half a second last time out after the completion of 3 laps of racing. So we've gone over the first third of the race. Oh, red flag has been called. Red flag has been called by race control. So the incident has been declared significant enough for a red flag stoppage. We'll keep you updated on what will be happening in the meantime, as and when we have the relevant information to provide you with.
Zweite Reihenfolge. Casarino Training. Hofmann Janssen Nies. Stege Schulz, Malakos, Juck und Mohr. Also Aufstand. Dann warten wir, bis wir nähere Informationen haben, dann in wenigen Minuten weitergehen wird. Fahrerlager und Fahrerlager noch einmal der Hinweis, bitte an die vorherrschende Maskenpflicht zu halten. Das gilt auch auf der Tribüne, bitte die Masken aufsetzen, da es sonst zu Geldstrafen kommen kann oder teilweise sogar die Veranstaltung abgebrochen werden darf.
So, as I suspected, but waited until visual confirmation was available, that a medical team was called to the scene of the accident. So, whichever driver it is, we wish them all the very best in their recovery. Hopefully, it's nothing too major, but they have reset the timer when the drivers were stopped on the start-finish line. The clock was at 5 minutes 51. It's now been reset to 6 minutes and 19 seconds. So the standard procedure will be one full lap, and then they let them go racing again. So it's effectively no sighting, just a formation lap, and then they go racing once again. So the drivers will have been explained that by the race control team, just informing them directly. So the driver is just being given some further instructions.
Nachdem die Strecke jetzt wieder frei ist, wird es dann gleich weitergehen mit dem Rennen der Rotax Mikroklasse. Das Ganze erstmal unter der Slow-Phase. Das heißt, die ganze Strecke ist unter Gelb gestellt. Es darf nicht überholt werden und langsam befahren werden muss ebenfalls. Dann wird man eine Runde später wohl die grüne Flagge rausbringen und der Restart wird dann erfolgen. nicht allzu lange dauern, bis wir dann im Rennen mit dieser entgegenblicken dürfen.
So we were just waiting for the medical team to get back into position towards the bottom of the sweeping S's at the circuit. So very shortly, they will release the drivers and we'll get one lap just to get them up to speed once again. And then we go racing once more. Apologies for the delay. These things do happen in racing. Motorsport is dangerous. And the drivers are aware of the inherent risks associated with being in karting. So the drivers are now released. We're under full course yellow. So the drivers will not be able to be up to full speed, but when they do see the green flag wave, they can get back underway. So it's a full course yellow situation, just to help the drivers get back into the zone, but also to ensure that high mitigation of safety around this circuit. So it looks like we will be going green flags already on the timing screens. It is showing that the green flag situation is very much going to be the case. So next time they come round to cross the start finish line, the green flag will wave and we will be under full racing conditions. So with the full course yellow, it's half speed. So through the S's. So the restart side of things, it will be that we'll have 10 Micromax drivers competing for the remainder of the race. And it will be down to Niklas Casarino in the number 12 to judge and anticipate what the likes of Arjen Kreling and Gabriel Hoffmann, Noah Janssen and everyone else behind is going to do and how they're going to react to the restarts. Through the chicane we go, through the left-hander, onto the start-finish straight. Green flag waves and it's line astern between the top three. Casarino, Kreling and Hoffmann going down into turn 2 for the restart. Slightly dropped Janssen and Kreling trying to get through on Casarino, but Casarino goes ultra defensive, stays ahead going through turn 3. And Hoffmann is pretty much with them at the moment. Janssen is closing in. Carlos Nies, Tim Stieger, Jolina Schulz, Christos Malakos, Leopold Juch and Max Moore. That is your 10 driver lineup that is still circulating after the incident between Leon Blashkowitz and Len Abbas. Neutralised the race with 5 minutes and 51 seconds to go and brought out the red flag. So 4 minutes remaining in this 9-minute plus an additional lap race. Casarino still leads. Kreling second. Hoffmann, Janssen and Nies, they round out the top 5. Tim Stieger. Well, actually, no, it's Gabriel Hoffmann who's now made it up into second position. My apologies there. So Hoffmann made it through past Kreling, and now Kreling's being pushed a little bit sidewards by Noah Janssen. Not intentionally there, I think, but Janssen trying to make the move past the number 62. Christos Malakos has got past Jolina Schulz for what is 7th place, my apologies there. 3¼ minutes to go, and now Hoffmann trying to close in. You can see the you can see on the top of the roll hoop what I was talking about earlier, that you've got the Croatian flag colours there, the white and the red. Obviously that's from Gabriela's mum's side. So I know that the family is watching and they're cheering him on. I'm sure they're jumping up and down off the sofas, off the ceilings, cheering Gabriel on and hoping that he gets past Nicolas Casarino. But Casarino, we all know, is not one to be discounted in any encounter whatsoever. But Casarino has really helped his push towards the top 3 in the standings. A quite considerable margin.
Noch zu fahren. Es ist ein Vierkampf, der zu einem Fünfkampf werden könnte.
Hoffmann took 25 points after the heats rankings. Casarino took the first victory today and takes the maximum 25 points. But now Arjen Kreling is closing in, and it's line astern between the top 3. They were covered by just under 2/10. Noah Janssen now factors in and gets up close and personal to the back bumper of Arjen Kreling in the number 62. So they go into the left-hander. 1 3/4 minutes left to go, plus an additional lap. Battle for the lead, quite clearly on between the top 4, covered by less than half a second at the end of 7 laps of racing. We're on lap number 8 here at Kerpen.
Leopold Joch und Max Mohr sind da noch mittendrin im Geschehen.
And Gabriel Hoffmann has got that question to answer, hasn't he? Do I attack or do I defend? 1 minute and 15 still to go, plus an additional lap. And Hoffmann now right in the slipstream of Casarino, heading down towards turn 2. Hoffmann will not go for the move this particular occasion. Felt it was better just to hang back, hold fire and wait. Into the last 45 seconds, top 3 have started to break away. Hoffmann now trying to get past Casarino, but Kreling is there waiting in the wings. 35 on the clock remains. And who is going to be the one that's going to get the upper hand in the final few corners of this race? Because after this, we're going to have 2 more laps of racing for Micromax. And Casarino holding on at the moment ahead of Hoffmann and Kreling. Those are your top 3 drivers in this race. And Hoffmann looking towards the inside, won't go through on that particular occasion, but after this he'll just have 1 more lap to put it all on the line. Go for gold, go for broke, and just try and see if you can make the opportunity present itself. Not necessarily assist, but if the opportunity presents itself, first thing that a driver is going to do is going to take that chance, and hopefully that it all pays off. Timer has hit 0. So next time around it will be the final lap board for their weekend. So last lap board is out. Casarino leads Hoffmann by 1/10 of a second. Gabriel Hoffmann trying to go towards the inside of Casarino, who goes on the defensive. Arjen Kreling puts it around the outside of Gabriel Hoffmann. Very much factoring into all of this. And I have a bit of a feeling that that will be the case. The final lap really has come down to this. And Janssen did make the move on Arjen Kreling. So that has happened. But out of the final corner, it's going to be a drag race to the finish. Casarino is the winner on Sunday. 2 from 2. Casarino has made this championship come alive. Hoffmann in second. That's helped him no end. Noah Janssen continues to lead the championship provisionally by taking P3, as there are signs of sportsmanship between drivers on the cool-down lap. Carlos Nees finishes the weekend with the 5th place finish ahead of Tim Steiger. Christos Malakos rounds out the top 7 ahead of Leopold Joch. Max Mohr, who started down at the bottom end of the grid, finished in 9th ahead of Jolina Schulz, who completes the top. Jolina Marie Schulz, who completes the top 10. with that unfortunate red flag incident between Leon Blazkowicz and Len Abbas, seeing both drivers retire on the spot on the second lap of the race. But Niklas Casarino is the winner on Sunday, 2 for 2 in this race weekend here at Kerpen. And that is going to give Casarino all the motivation he needs to put it all on the line at the Wittgenborn finale in just 6 weeks. So, as quickly as we got things concluded with Micro, we're now on to Minimax. Now, I did have a message from Kenyon Washington, who had a bit of a scary moment. No brakes, and the throttle was fully stuck open. He's never had that experience before, so throttle was literally fully open. And that's why he went off track twice and then retired. I'm not too sure whether he's going to be taking part in the second race. If he is, then he will be on the pre-grid. Mika Trapp will start from pole position ahead of Alexander Klugel. Naim Bretag and Devin Leon Ukar, row 2. Simon Meyer and David Girouche, row number 3. Matthias Schulte and Bennett Meyer, row 4. Kenyon Washington due to start in 9th place alongside Kevin Schneider, who completes the top 10. But if Nice Racing have not got Kenyon Washington's kart fixed, then he won't be on the grid. But I'm sure that come hell or high water, a karting team of that magnitude would be able to get a kart back up and running. So another 9 minutes plus an additional lap put on the clock. Red lights will be on the gantry here at Kerpen for the Minimax second race. 4 more races after this one. And yes, it is confirmed. Kenyon Washington, a non-starter. The main thing is that he's okay. So it's Trapp from Klugel. That's the front row. They're going to be the ones controlling the pace as we head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? I'm not too sure if that's going to be a declared clean start, but I'll just keep my eyes on the timer as the timer has started ticking away. 8 minutes and 50 to go. So we look to be in the clear at the moment. No yellow flags out on the circuit at any of the marshalling posts, which means that they have been let go and given the chance to race. And Mika Trapp has already started getting away. The gap was 0.086 after we crossed the line. Now Alexander Klugel finds himself down in 4th place as Simon Mayer has gotten past up into P3. Naim Bretag is rounding out the top 2 at the moment, but it is Mika Trapp that is leading the way. Matthias Schulte has got his way up into 5th place ahead of Devin Leon Ukar, who is in 6th. Kevin Schneider now up into 8th place behind David Girouche. Mika Trapp and Naim Bretag leading the way. Simon Mayer now closing in, and the 145 is looking rather hot to trot right now, because going through the sweeping S's, they circulate. And Klugel is starting to drop away ever so slightly. There will be a new champion as Austin Lee moved up to juniors for the 2021 season. So Mika Trapp leads the way with 7 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock plus an additional lap. But here comes Naim Bretag up the inside to now take the lead on lap number 3 through turn 2. Mika Trapp trying to counter-attack, but that could open the door for Simon Mayer to get through in the 145. So, Nein Brettag leads the top four, rounded out by Karchmy's Alexander Klugel, covered by just over 8.5 tenths of a second. And looking very, very close indeed. Oh no, dramas there for Nein Brettag. Back end steps out to the right, puts him into a 90-degree spin on the final corner, and then all of a sudden, all that hard work has unceremoniously, publicly been undone right in front of our very eyes, and Nein Brettag drops to the back of the grid, I'm afraid. 5 seconds off of Mika Trapp, who now has Simon Mayer right close behind for company. Five minutes and 50 seconds still remain, and Mika Trapp and Simon Mayer are still battling tooth and nail over the lead of this race. And this could give Alexander Klugel the opportunity he needs to close up and get nearer as time goes by. Matthias Schulter, in the meantime, is getting quicker as well. Has just put in a personal best of 50.425 for the 150 from Nice Racing. Mika Trapp has set the fastest lap of the race, but only 2 1,000ths quicker than Simon Mayer. Just over 5 minutes to go, and it's getting very close on the curbing. The sunshine back down once again on the circuit here at Kerpen. 21 degrees Celsius air temperature at the moment. And it's a southwesterly wind of around 14 miles an hour. And here goes a chance for the lead. Simon Mayer up the inside of Mika Trapp on lap number 6 through turn 2. Gets the move done nice and cleanly. Waited and bided time. Now Mika Trapp very quick between the S's here in Kerpen. You can just see how planted that 118 car is. So go through into the next left-hander. It'll be a short upshoot towards the next left-hand kink. So humidity has significantly reduced to around about 59%. So Simon Mayer has got in front of Mika Trapp and is trying to solidify some type of lead. And effectively, these drivers will be moving ahead. Next up, we'll have our second junior Rotax race. Now in minis, there were no penalties actually awarded. There were a couple of penalties handed out for Micromax after the first race earlier on today. Oh, it's side by side. It's very much Fast and Furious drag style going through into turn 1, but Simon Mayer manages to keep ahead of Mika Trapp. They're still very close between the pairing. Mika Trapp was 14 thousandths of a second behind Simon Mayer the last time they completed a lap, which was lap number 7. Oh, Simon Mayer goes sideways through the left-hand kink after the S's, and that opens the door, the double door, the barn doors, not the single door. It's the barn doors that Simon Mayer just opened well and truly to let Mika Trapp go through, and it was the slightest of moments for the 145, and they came through the S's, and then effectively Simon Mayer got a good run, looked into the next left-hander. Not too sure, there wasn't really much bit of a contact. I think maybe just a little touch of too much curb or maybe just overstepping the limits of adhesion. And Simon Mayer just effectively relinquished the lead to Mika Trapp. Alexander Klugel rounds out the top three. David Girouche and Matthias Schulte, they're going to be battling away for 4th and 5th, as Schulte is within half a second of the number 121, and that is for 4th place on the road. So into just under 90 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap for Minimax here this weekend at Kerpen. So the leaders very much line astern. Simon Mayer now closing in on Mika Trapp. And through into the left-hander. Simon Mayer does not make the same mistake twice. As they say in the United Kingdom, it's once bitten, twice shy. And a good run from Simon Mayer coming out of the final corner. But he loses a little bit of distance to Mika Trapp. But going into turn 2, that's a very good run there for Mayer, so Mayer could get another opportunity next time around, but could it be the penultimate or the final chance, the last chance saloon, if you will, for Simon Mayer to get past through the S's? Again, Mika Trapp hustling that cart as if it's like he's driving it like he stole it, to put it politely. And just wringing the thing by the scruff of its neck. So timer is about to hit 0 as they will head through the final corner. Right, okay. Last lap board of the weekend for Minimax. And Mika Trapp's lead over Simon Mayer now sits at 0.123. Simon Mayer looking to the left. Now we'll try to cut back in through turn 2. On that occasion, Mika Trapp was waiting. Could sense the move was happening and anticipate it. Through into the S's once again. And Simon Mayer really needs to get a good run coming through the final corner, or maybe even through this part here. Now this is the part where, it's part of the circuit where Simon Mayer dropped the ball and ended up going sideways. But I think that's going to be a bit too close to call, because they go through the chicane into the next left-hander. And that's it. Mika Trapp wins race number 2 here on Sunday in Kerpen. And that will continue his championship lead, leaving this circuit. He wins by 0.337 seconds ahead of Simon Mayer. Alexander Klugel completes the top 3, who were covered by just under 3 seconds. Matthias Schulte in 4th, David Girouche in 5th, Kevin Schneider rounds out the top 6 and put in a personal best on the final lap of the race of 49.605. Simon Mayer in 2nd actually took the fastest lap, 48.538. Bennett Meyer in 7th, Devin Leon Ukar and Naim Bretag rounds out the 9 that finished the full 12 laps of racing, and a non-start for the number 114 of Kenyon Washington. So we're managing to get things underway rather quickly. So it is the second and final race on Sunday for Junior Rotax. Race 2 here on Sunday afternoon. Nikita Genza, who won the first heat. Quite a few penalties actually we had. 6 drivers being given a 5-second time penalty for front spoilers. We actually had 2 drivers actually given 5-second time penalties for overtaking under yellow, and 2, which was Tom Muller, and the 233 of let's just have a look here. 233. I'm just trying to look up the list. Leandro Fischer, who got 2 5-second penalties, one for overtaking under yellow, another one for unfair driving or pushing. Nikita Genza will start from pole. Mikkel Pedersen will be alongside, ahead of Farin Mega, Bruno Mulders, Janis Diak, Nevio Fischer, Mathis Turlo, Lewis Heichel, Rafael Balzer, Lewis Dedling, running at the top 10. Running at the top 20, it is Johnny Mertz, Montego Massen, Gregor Feigenspann, David Schnell, Jonas Ungnada, Moritz Wolber, Leandro Fischer, Adrian Hoare, Louis Jacobs, Tom Müller, Maximilian Schreier rounds out the top 21, ahead of Hugo Güttel, Rafael Rennhofer and Oli Glan. So after this, we will have 3 more races. We'll have 3, I think, pretty good races still to come. We've got Senior Rotax up next, then DD2 and DD2 Masters to complete the racing action here on Sunday. So 11 minutes plus an additional lap. And this will curtail their race weekend. So into the tram lines we go. And the timer has started ticking away. The bumping and boring going into turn 2 for the first time. But Farin Mega has found his way up past Mikkel Pedersen, as has Janis Diak. Someone's gone grass tracking on the exit of turn 2 and into 3. Nikita Genza and Farin Mega now at loggerheads. So Farin Mega closing in on through the S's. Janis Diak rounds out the top 3. Mikkel Pedersen, Bruno Mulders, Mathis Turlo. That's your top 6. Rafael Balzer and Johnny Mertz ran out the top 8 ahead of Nevio Fischer, with Lewis Heichel completing the top 10. So they come across the line to complete lap number 1, and the lead between Genza and Mega was a 10th and a half, but now Farin Mega goes up the inside of Nikita Genza to take the lead on the very early phase of lap number 2 of the race. Janis Diak is now factoring in and closing in on the pair in front, as is Mikkel Pedersen. Bruno Mulders has dropped a little bit further back, I think, because I've just seen that Mulders was not in front of Mathis Turlo at the 2:42 from the Netherlands. So Farin Mega now starting to stretch a little bit of a lead. And Bruno Mulders is now behind Nevio Fischer. So Louis Jacobs, unfortunately, has retired from the race. It looks to be, or maybe not even start the race itself, because the number 228 from Kachmi did not even get onto the formation lap, it seems, and has not gone through any of the sectors around this circuit. There's your top 5 pretty much in shot. Well, look at it from the left-hand side, and you've got there is Farin Mega leading the way. Second, it is Nikita Genza. Third, Mikkel Pedersen now ahead of Janis Diak. Here comes Mathis Turlo, the youngster from the Netherlands, in the 2:42. Bruno Mulders has got back past Nevio Fischer, as Mikkel Pedersen up the inside of Nikita Genza And here comes Janis Diak, who's also gotten through on the 2.26 from Budakart Racing Team. So that is second, third, fourth and fifth. And Turlou's giving Janis Diak the hurry up here as they come through towards the final part of the circuit. 8 minutes plus an additional lap of this 11-minute race still remaining. So Fine Mega has gotten away a little bit into the distance. 1.159 seconds is the gap between Fine Mega and Mikkel Pedersen. Now, we've seen it before where Fine Mega has made an uncharacteristic, unforced error, and it's cost him. At this particular moment, this particular point in the championship, Fine Mega needs to get as many points as possible to go into the Wittgenborn season finale with no real dramas at all. And that will be his effective ticket getting into the grand finals as part of Team Germany. Now, Fine Mega has got previous with the grand finals. He took the Minimax crown for the grand finals for Team Germany back in 2018. And this is his third year. Well, he's done. Yeah, this is his third season as a junior. The first couple can always be a bit tetchy when you're moving up a class, or you're sort of doing a halfway house like we saw with Austin Lee last year, who competed in Minimax in RMC Germany and Clubsport, but then went juniors in the Euro Trophy and other championships. So it was a bit of a transitional phase, so to speak. 6.5 minutes still to go, plus a lap, and Hugo Guttel up past Adrian Rohr for 18th. Maximilian Schreier up to 14th ahead of Montego Maassen. Schreier's behind Leandro Fischer. Jonny Mertz has got past Jonas Ungrada for the last spot in the top 10. And is about, well, Jonny Mertz was in the top 10, but that's quickly been deposed because Rafael Renhofer, like a silent ninja assassin, has been sidling his way through the field. Up from 23rd on the grid to P10. What a different story it could have been had Renhofer not hit trouble in the first race, having secured pole position for race 1, courtesy of the ranking after heats. And that's not easy when you have such a strong Saturday and then your Sunday gets turned upside down, shaken, and someone's trying to get all the change out of your pockets. We still have over 5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go, and Mikkel Pedersen is still in second position but has gotten away from Matthijs Turlo. Turlo has now gotten past Nikita Genza, who's dropped to 4th place in the meantime. So 4 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. There's battles up and down the order. Oleg Lan, who started down in 24th after that incident that saw 218 retire very early in the first race earlier on, now up past David Schnell to take 16th position on the road. Montego Maassen has dropped a couple of positions down to 20th place, but we have got a yellow flag situation, and that is heading down into turn 2. Got 4 minutes on the clock. So no overtaking, double waved yellows, and a driver hobbling out of one of the carts. And that looks to be Montego Maassen. I think that's the 282. Montego Maassen was hopping on one foot. I'm just going to keep an eye on the footage once again. And that was coming out of turn 2. So good spatial awareness by the marshals, so double waved yellows will be waved into turn 2 and out of turn 2 and into 3. So looks like it's, well, I think it was probably the right leg, and that's a hefty hit for Montego Marson, and there would have been another cart involved. So Montego Marson out of the race, unfortunately, 282. Injured as a result of the slight accident just then. So I'm wondering whether that might have been with Lewis Detling, not 100% sure. And right, 2 penalties coming through from race control. The 271 of Bruno Mulders and the 236 of Nevio Fischer, both being handed a 3-second time penalty from race control for causing a collision. So that will put Mulders out of the top 10, and also Nevio Fischer will drop out of the top 10 if he's very much not careful. So they've got to start responding and push like crazy, because they'll see on any sort of they might get the warning board saying 3-second penalty and see their number. And that'll mean that they'll have to start pushing. Just under 2 minutes remain in this race, so Montego Marson unfortunately out on lap number 8 of this race. 1 minute and 43 still to go. Farhan Mega still leads. Mikkel Pedersen is now 0.832 seconds behind the 276. Mathis Turlo rounds out the top 3. Nikita Genza, Bruno Mulders. Mulders at the moment with his 3-second time penalty. Will drop to around 9th place, which could promote the likes of Lewis Heichel. Well, Lewis Heichel will actually end up, probably more than likely, in 7th position at the end of this race, depending on how quickly, as Balzer gets past Janis Diak for 6th position, which very much will become 5th place at the end of the race itself, as we're into the last 60 seconds of the weekend. Mikkel Pedersen has responded to Farhan Mega and has gone the best part of about 1/10 and a half quicker on that previous lap. The previous lap to that was nearly 2 tenths in the Danes' favour. Closing ever so slightly. Into the last 22 seconds of this race, and Farhan Mega is on the verge of closing things up right about now. So last lap board will be out next time around as we head on to the 15th, and penultimate lap will be on lap 16 at the end of this race. And Farhan Mega has done his championship hopes all the very best will in the world right about now. And Mikkel Pedersen will try and see if he can get past the German. However, that's easier said than done. It's one thing to chase a driver, it's another thing altogether to pass them. So just over 1.3 kilometers for Farhan Mega to negotiate. Gregor Feigenspann gets past Morris Volber for 20th. As on to the final lap we go. Mega leads from Pedersen. Pedersen is closing. And looking into turn 2, Farhan Mega takes the tight defensive line. Mathis Turlo in 3rd. Nikita Genza in 4th. Bruno Mulders in 5th. And the way things are going, could probably end up behind Janis Diak. Nevio Fischer currently sits in 8th place behind Janis Diak. Will probably more than likely drop outside of the top 10 because he's got Lewis Heichel and Rafael Rennhofer within that 3-second window. But Mikkel Pedersen, now there was drama there for Farhan Mega. What on earth happened there to Farhan Mega? That's the biggest conundrum that I've got to ask myself right there, because Mikkel Pedersen takes a victory, and by a considerable margin. So they went through the S's. A little bit earlier, Mikkel Pedersen was hustling along like a whirling dervish. And they came through the S's and into the left-hand kink. Pedersen goes to the right. Mega defends, and catches himself out and goes sideways. And that's why Mikkel Pedersen won the race by 9/10 of a second. Fine Mega takes second place ahead of Matthias Trullo from the Netherlands. Nikita Genzer and Bruno Mulders complete the top 5, but Bruno Mulders will drop 3 seconds down the order, which will put him 7th after all the penalties have been applied. Because you look at it from this perspective, Nevio Fischer has got a time penalty, so Nevio Fischer will drop to what will be 11th. 10th or 11th. I think it's going to be more than likely 10th. So you've got Nevio Fischer provisionally at 8th, Lewis Reichel 9th, Rafael Renhofer 10th, ahead of Leandro Fischer, Maximilian Schreier, Jonas Ungnada, Ole Glan, Jonny Mertz, David Schnell, Adrian Hoare, Tom Müller, Hugo Gützel, Gregor Feigenspan, Moritz Volber, and Lewis Stetling being the last of the 22 classified finishers, with Montego Masson and Lewis Jacobs out, with Montego Masson unfortunately out on lap number 8.
Gebt ihr dann grün, wenn freigegeben ist, weil die stellen wieder nach oben.
Wir müssen den Anzeigen rechnen mit unserem Geld. Hier, auf dem Geld. Kapitalismus.
Damit ich richtig Spaß habe, ist so.
Also war beim Grün, schauen wir, dass wir da rumkommen. Dieser macht grün mit der Flagge.
Total of 3 more races to conclude, 4.5 hours of racing action over the course of this weekend. So we do have a non-starter. Maximilian Pergard will not take part in the final race for Senior Rotax. See grid is as follows. Luca Thiel starts on pole position ahead of Lukas Hartmann, Linus Hensen, Lukas Thompson, Morris Schmeis, Adrian Dobric, Max Busch, Leander Luke Schneider, Finn Stiak and Giuseppe Fico complete the top 10. Lukas Vavajanak completes 11th ahead of Mats-Johan Overhoff. Maddox Wirtz in 13th ahead of Jan Heinen, Luisa Keller, Denny Bount, Vivian Michel Reit, Lasse Reinhardt, Philly Hamfrecht and Mark Schubmann rounding out the top 20. Completing the 27 strong as they go onto the formation lap. It's Philip Keskik and then Nico Hanke, Kian Agasade, Bennett Arens, Luca Costa, Darius Nito and Andrei Petropoulos. So multiple drivers got front fairing penalties in the race. Also, Maddox Wirtz actually got a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Drivers that there were 5 of them that got front fairing penalties. Finn Stiak being one of them. Jan Heinen. And also the 331 of Luisa Keller. The 304 Mark Schubmann and the 363 Philip Keskik. All got front fairing penalties. Well, that can scupper your race, especially with the 5-second time penalty that's associated with every single one of those front fairings. So 13.5 rows, 14 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Luca Thiel on pole, Lucas Hartmann alongside. Are we ready? It looks like we've gotten away, and they've already started the timer ticking down. So Luca Thiel now has Linus Hensen and Maurice Schmeis for close company. Lucas Hartmann completes the top 4 as they head into turn 3 for the first time of asking. Now into the S's they go, and Hensen closing on Luca Thiel. They head through the sweepers, the sweeping S's, very fast flowing technical part of the circuit. So now there's someone that's decided to go off a bit off the circuit, and that was Max Busch, who's just lost 3 places at the drop of a hat. One of the drivers in there looks to be possibly Giuseppe Fico in the 394. But at the front of the field, the top 3 starting to break away. Luca Thiel leading, Linus Hensen and Maurice Schmeis completing the top 3, rounded out by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second, or just over, as Maurice Schmeis nearly outbraked himself and had to go left of Linus Hensen to avoid. A little bit further back, you can see the big old train there. There's a big old freight train. There's at least 8 to 10 carts at the back of it. And that will probably have the likes of Vivian Michel Heitz, Lassie Reinhardt, Kian Agasadeh, Finley Hamfrecht, amongst others. Luca Costa has made up a couple of positions. Bennett Arden stuck down in 26th position as Luca Thiel looking one way, now the other, trying to see where Linus Hensen is, and Hensen is right in his wheel tracks. So top 4 last time covered by just under 7 tenths. Make that half a second now. And it's about the strategy call. Who's going to put all their eggs in one basket? Who's going to lay all their cards on the table? Well, at the moment, no one seems to be blinking first, and that could be crucial round about now. Now, Hensen leads the championship. He's had very, very solid performances all the way through this weekend. 2 third places yesterday, and he took a 3rd in the first race today. So consistency is what wins you a championship, and Linus Hensen personified that with a dominant display last year. You can just see how close it is before one of these drivers might, and I use the word might, possibly get a front fairing penalty if they're a bit too close. As up the back bumper, Linus Hensen on the back bumper of Luca Thiel, and Luca Thiel dragging him along. He's trying to pull the cart off, and they've tangled. The 2 championship protagonists, they were at each other's throats last year, and this year, oh no, that's not how you wanted to end your weekend, and that has opened up the floodgates, because now your new leader on lap number 4, Maurice Schmeis, who's got Lucas Hartmann, and then it's Lucas Thompson in the 312. Giuseppe Fico rounds out the top 4 positions. Well, that's a turn up for the books. And I'm just looking back at it. When they came through, they went into turn 1, and now I'm wondering, was there a little bit of an assist? I'm going to try and have a look, because I'm wondering if there was a little bit of an assist. I'm not 100% sure, but that could be a possibility that that's a possibility that Maurice Schmeis might get pinged for that. But that's not down to me. That is down to race control. That's their decision on what they decide to do. So we've had another couple of retirements as the battle for the lead well and truly on, because Lucas Hartmann has gotten past Maurice Schmeis. Lucas Thompson is behind. Finchdiak has now got past Giuseppe Fico. Luca Thiel and Linus Hensen are the 2 last drivers on the circuit, and effectively they've got a hell of a lot of time to find when you consider that Luca Thiel is 10 seconds behind Finley Hamfrecht. Bennett Arends has now got the fastest lap of anybody, a 45.625 second lap time, and the number 327 from RS Competition is now up into what is He's up into 16th position. More changes. Morris Schmeiss and Lukas Thompson both get past Lukas Hartmann. So the lead has changed once again. Adrian Dobric has got past Leander Luke Schneider. Nico Handke, who started way down the order. Handke actually started... Where did he start? He didn't finish the race. He started 23rd, having had that incident with Kian Agasari in the first race earlier on today. So 8.5 minutes still to go in this race, and another change for the lead could be on the cards. Up the inside, Lukas Thompson, but then Lukas Hartmann just absolutely sends it. No quarter given, and just decides, well, Lukas, if you're going to go through, I'll do one better. Looking back at it again, like literally, Lukas Hartmann just decided to barge his way through. And it pushed Thompson to one side, and it nearly gave the opportunity for Luca Thiel to get for Morris Schmeiss to get through. Well, that has not happened because Morris Schmeiss has ended up on the receiving end of two blows. One from, it will be the case of, I think, so Hartmann leads. It's Giuseppe Fico, and Morris Schmeiss is now down in 5th position, and now he's looking to go at the inside of Giuseppe Fico going into turn 2, and that's a bit too close for comfort. Oh, he's pushed Fico wide! Pushed Fico very, very wide indeed. He launched it up the inside, and now here comes Nico Handke trying to force his way through. But it was just like Morris Schmeiss just decided, well, you know what, I'm just going to go for it and see what happens. Well, it was a case of that gap was being closed. And that's my honest opinion. I didn't quite catch it fully. But from my perspective, it was just like Morris Schmeiss just went up the inside of Giuseppe Fico. Fico got pushed wide. They banged side pods. And then all of a sudden, it all kicked off. 6 minutes and 55 seconds still to go on the clock. And we still have 24 drivers. But look at what's happening. Like, literally, they are fanning out in places that you would not expect here at Kerpen. Going through turn 2, into turn 3. It is a case of dog eat dog in senior Rotax, and never in my wildest dreams would I have seen a move like that from Morris Schmeiss up the inside of Giuseppe Fico. Giuseppe Fico lost out big time. He dropped behind Dobric, Schmeiss, Leander Luke Schneider, and Nico Handke. There's the top 3. Hartmann still leads ahead of Thompson, with Stiak rounding out the top 3. Giuseppe Fico now back up into 5th place. Now there's Nico Handke, and Maddox Fiertz nearly went up the inside as well. But Giuseppe Fico managed to make sure that he only lost one position, not multiple. Adrian Dobric, unfortunately, has dropped down to 24th position, promoting Luca Thiel and Linus Henson to 22nd and 23rd, respectively. That's been the biggest problem of all. Adrian Dobric was running 4th. Now finds himself in stone dead last of those still circulating. 5.5 minutes to go. Plus 1 lap. Lukas Hartmann leads by just over a quarter of a second from Lukas Thompson. Finn Stiak rounds out the top 3. Nico Handke ahead of Giuseppe Fico. Jan Heinen ahead of Max Busch for what is 8th. 12th, Bennett Arends now up into that position ahead of Mats Johan Overhoff. Luca Costa also jumped from the back of the field. He's now up to 14th ahead of Philip Keskik. Denny Bout up into 19th past Luisa Kehler. Adrian Dobric looks to have parked up, I'm afraid. So the Austrian will be out and will be down to 23 runners and riders with just over 4 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap still to go. Lukas Thompson closing in on Lukas Hartmann. The gap was 0.169. Here comes Thompson for the lead. Up the inside, through turn number 2 on lap 13. Runs a little bit wide, but then cuts across rather quickly. Slams the door shut right back in the face of Lukas Thompson and says, right, there you go, sunshine. After you. Bang. That was brilliantly done by Lukas Thompson. Knew how to react, and there is Dobric just sitting standing by the side of the track through the sweeping S's. So what a move by Lukas Thompson. The 3:12 from Karchmi now finally finds himself in the lead of a race for the first time this season. The usual suspects right down at the back end of the order. And Hartmann is pushing. 3 minutes and 50 still to go. Finn Stiak is in the mix here. The top three were covered by just under 3/10 at the end of 13 laps of racing. We're on to lap number 14. All that Thompson needs to do is keep it very, very calm indeed. So here we go. 3 minutes and a quarter left. Hartmann closing in and has stayed close. Finn Stiak's got the ringside seat. Down towards turn 2. Hartmann looking up the inside of Thompson, nearly rubs wheels, and here comes Finn Stiak up the inside. So Hartmann takes the lead on lap number 15 through turn 2, and Finn Stiak makes good his intentions and gets up the inside. But you can bet your bottom dollar that Lukas Thompson will keep them honest, will keep pushing. There is still time for something to transpire. Luca Köster now up into 11th behind Bennett Arens. There's been a few other changes. Kian Agasadi has dropped into 21st, unfortunately. So Finley Hamfrecht rounds out the top 20 positions. Giuseppe Fico gets past Maurice Schmeis. Those two have been at each other's throats today, haven't they? But Fico gets ahead. Bennett Arens now ahead of Leander Luke Schneider for 9th place. Battle for the lead wages on. Less than half a second covers the top three in this race. With just under 2 minutes to go, I've just spotted Maddox Wirtz not too far behind. It's about 1.5 seconds behind this battle. And whilst this carries on, Maddox Wirtz is actually the quickest out of the top 4 and has taken, out of the last 2 laps, out of Lukas Thompson, the best part of nearly 1.5 seconds. And a little bit further behind, Bennett Arden's getting stuck in with Jan Heinen, and also, I think, possibly Luca Köster amongst others, as they were just coming through turn 2. Time fast running out once again. And Maurice Schmeis on the back foot. Leander Luke Schneider rounds out the top 10 behind Schmeis. Bavajanak gets past Overhoff for 13th. Nito past Bush for 15th. Agasadev past Denny Bount for what is 19th on the road. So we've got this plus 2 additional laps. Lap number 18 out of 19. Would you have thought the storybook would have changed here in this second race on Sunday for the penultimate round of the 2021 season? I really can't believe it myself, and I'm watching it just like you are at home. 30 seconds to go. Lukas Hartmann is leading, but will Finn Stiak and Lukas Thompson and now bring in the one, the only Maddox Wirtz with a fastest lap, a 45.316, was half a second quicker than Lukas Thompson. We've got 2 more laps to go, and this is where the fireworks start. 7 seconds as they cross the line to go on the timer as they head down into turn 2 for the penultimate time. The timer hits 0. Hartmann goes defensive. Wirtz is now with them. A 4-way scrap for the eventual lead and the victory for race 2 on Sunday for Senior Rotax. Hartmann has done a stellar job defending from all comers, from all challengers. It's not a video game, it is real life. And the good thing is Lukas Hartmann now has a chance. He has just over 1.3 kilometres to negotiate. And I'm sure that he has just got to grin and bear it, bite his teeth, get the bit between his teeth and go for it. But the person that is going for it at the moment, oh, here comes Lucas Thompson up the inside. Oh, and he nearly clatters into Hartmann and nearly causes the 309 to lose the lead. But as a result of that, I cannot believe my eyes. That gave a window of opportunity for Maddox Tvirts, as now Finch Diak, well, who is in second? I think, no, Finch Diak is in third place, ahead of Lucas Thompson. But Lucas Hartmann has just got a couple of corners. He's got to keep it pinned. Stay ahead of Finch Diak. And through the chicane, one more corner. That's it, job's done. Lucas Hartmann takes the victory in race 2, and Maddox Tvirts, with an absolute storming drive, takes second place, both hands off the wheel. Maddox Tvirts started in 13th position. And you know for a fact that both Lucas Thompson and Finch Diak will be absolutely kicking themselves. But Lucas Hartmann wins Senior Rotax Race 2 on Sunday. Maddox Tvirts in second, Lucas Thompson in third, Finch Diak in fourth, Nico Hanke in fifth. Bennett Arens rounds out the top 6. Great work by the RS competition driver. And Bennett Arens started 25th on the grid. Maurice Schmei started 5th and finished in 7th place. Luca Kirster also charged back from 26th on the grid to finish in 8th place, ahead of Giuseppe Fico, who started 10th, finished 9th. Leander Luke Schneider started 8th, finished in 10th, ahead of Philip Keskik, who started 21st and finished in 11th position. Good run from Daniel Nito, 27th to 12th, 15 positions gained, ahead of Jan Heinen, Mats Johan Overhoff, Lukas Vavajanak, Andre Petropoulos, Max Bush, Luisa Kehler, Kian Agasade, okay, and then the real defining moment, the collision between Luca Thiel and Linus Hensen, dropped them down to 20th and 21st at the end of 20 laps of racing. Denny Bount, 22nd. Finley Hamfrecht, 23rd. The last of the fully classified drivers after this race had concluded after 22.1 kilometres of racing. Adrian Dobrich retired, lap 9. Lasse Reinhardt, lap 2. Mark Schupman, lap 2. Vivian Michel Height, lap 1. And Maximilian Pergand, a non-starter. So we have a couple more races to go, and here today we will have just a little bit more action for you to see out the day here at Kerpen. DD2, and it's been a 100% success rate for Mika Metz, who will continue to lead the championship standings coming out of this weekend at Kerpen. Fabian Bock will line up alongside with Yannick Jacobs and Marcel Steinert, row 2. Florian Breitenbach and Leon Arndt, row 3. Row 4, Robert Chopin and Marco Göttler, rounding out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10, it's Hannes Border and Yannick Herrmann, Jonas Wolscheid, Mark Bartels, Tim Stender, Philipp Dreschler, Ronny Göttler, Tristan Gebhardt, rounding out the 16 strong that have already made it through the timing beam. No Lawrence Seyfried that I can see of, but might start from the pre-grid with a non-starter from Lukas Horstmann, I'm afraid.
Und Lawrence Seyfried. Wobei Lukas Horstmann nicht an den Start geht.
So we have this plus 2 additional, well, this and another race still to go. So 14 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Right, so into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out, we are racing, and it is both Mika Metz and Yannick Jacobs that get to the front of the field. Robert Chopin trying to put it around the outside of Marcel Steiner. That's brave. Through turn 2, just asked Nico Handke, trying to do that move twice in one race yesterday. First time it worked, the second time it didn't, unfortunately. However, Mika Metz at the front of the field. Jacobs in second. Bock in third. Steinert. Leon Arndt. Florian Breitenbach. Looks like we've also got no Lawrence Seyfried on the grid. Has called it a day, I think. So they've completed lap number 1. As Marcel Steinert hung out to dry by Robert Chopin, and looks to be also Marco Göttler has also gotten through at the same point. So 16 drivers. Ronny Göttler now up into 14th position. Tim Stender and Mark Bartels, their 12th and 11th respectively. As there's a train, it's the Marcel Steinert train, and has got, looks like Florian Breitenbach just behind. Leon Arndt drops to 8th, Hannes Border in 9th, Yannick Herrmann rounds out the top 10. So Lawrence Seyfried didn't actually get onto the grid in time, and so will effectively be classed as a retirement. So still plenty of racing here in the next 11.5 minutes. But we have seen that Mika Metz has been the class of the field this weekend. And already has 3 wins out of 3. and has a lead of about 7.5 tenths of a second after what will be which is 3 laps of racing. Now make that 4 as Mika Metz crosses the line, and the gap now extends to just over a second. Looking up and down the order, Hannes Border really coming under pressure from Mark Bartels. Florian Breitenbach putting the frighteners on. Robert Schorpian. I did see that one of the drivers running a little bit slowly. I'm wondering if that might be KPR's Marco Göttler, who was running in 4th place. There's the leader. There's 2nd. There's 3rd. Who's 4th? Got a feeling it's Robert Schorpian. So, which looks to be the case, because I did briefly, looking back at the footage, see, yes, that is the case. So Robert Schorpian and Florian Breitenbach now round out the top 5 positions. Marco Göttler and Jonas Wolscheid. Well, Marco Göttler's dropped to 13th, Jonas Wolscheid down to 16th position. So there might have been some dramas for those two in the latter stages. So there is Robert Schorpian and also Florian Breitenbach battling away over what is 4th position. Breitenbach to the inside. Into the right-hander here at turn 2. Makes the job a good one. Marcel Steiner still rounding out the top 6. Leon Arndt has dropped like a stone, unfortunately. All the way down to stone dead last. As we still have just over 9 minutes of this race to go. So the battle for what is going to be 4th position very much heating up. Florian Breitenbach now has gotten ahead of Robert Schorpian. They've got Marcel Steiner in close proximity, but for how much longer? Leon Arndt has parked up, I'm afraid, so the Kart Republic chassis has been pulled off the circuit, and Marco Göttler is possibly the next casualty on that list, having dropped now down to 15th position. But Robert Schorpian getting the hurry up from the 413 of Marcel Steiner. This is the battle for P5, and Steiner was looking through and he got the move done. Oh, he nipped through there like a rat up a drain pipe, did Marcel Steiner. That was very, very close indeed. They went through the sweeping S's, and it was through the exit of the final one that Steiner just went, you know what, I'm going to send it, and he literally planted the kart exactly where he needed to. That was a great move there from Marcel Steiner from FM Racing. Marco Göttler, the next driver to come under the crossfire when it comes to retirements, and that's going to be another one. That's going to be our 3rd of the race. We've had one non-starter in the form of Lukas Horstmann. But Marco Göttler on lap number 6 of the race retires from proceedings this weekend. That's a real shame for Marco Göttler. Such prowess, such promise, and unfortunately nothing was really delivered here in race 2. Ronny Göttler now makes his way past Tim Stender to get into the top 10 as Mika Metz extends his lead to now 2.385 seconds, and Mika Metz leads the way, a 44.679. So Mika Metz is leading quite comfortably. So no real changes for positions at the moment as we head into the last 6.5 minutes. But things behind Marcel Steiner looks to be heating up between Robert Schorpian, Mark Bartels and Hannes Border, because Schorpian has dropped to just nearly a second behind the 413 from FM Racing, and things are kicking off behind. So Hannes Border running with Knees Racing these days on the Maranello chassis. There's the leader, Mika Metz. Just plugging on regardless is the 464. He's done a good job this year so far and will go into the championship lead with the advantage on his side. Fabian Bock again showing good prowess in third place behind Yannick Jacobs. Florian Breitenbach trying to close on in, and Yannick Jacobs is the quickest driver out there. 44.668 from the number 401. That was at the completion of lap 10. We're on to lap number 12 now with 5.5 minutes to go. The chase starts now. Philip Dreschler puts in a personal best on lap number 10 of a 45.558. And then the next time around puts in a 45.665 second lap time. Jonas Volscheid running in the low 45s. That's a quick one from the 420 on the Paralin chassis. And has run in the 45.3s for the 2 laps in front of that. But here we have another bit of a ding-dong battle. Mark Bartels now ahead of the pair of Hannes Border and Robert Schorpian. So Mark Bartels now up into 6th place with just under 5 minutes to go. You can see a little bit of the rubber being picked up by the side pods, either through contact or either through a bit of the marbling on the circuit. These carts do get dirtier as the weekend gets along, but some do pride themselves on looking rather pristine, but they do look rather second-hand when you bring them through scrutineering. There is Fabian Bock, followed by Florian Breitenbach. Mark Bartels in 6th place, doing a great job. He's managed to recover quite well. Mark Bartels started down in 12th position. So with the retirements of Leon Arndt and Marco Göttler, that's helped him out no end, as well as with Laurent Seyfried not taking part in the race, and Lukas Horstmann having retired on lap number 2 in the first race earlier on today. But the thing is that Fabian Bock and Florian Breitenbach need to concentrate not on Mika Metz, because Mika Metz has checked out. We've got 3 minutes and 54 seconds plus an additional lap still to go, and Mika Metz has pretty much got this in the bag. 3 out of 3 so far. Looks to be a clean sweep, and there is a term that we use in the United Kingdom called the Grand Chelem, which is basically, if memory serves me correctly, Mika Metz has set the fastest lap in every single session. Now, I'm trying to remember who actually put it on pole position. I think it was Mika Metz. So Mika Metz has got pole position in qualifying. Fastest lap in every single race. Has won every single race. So effectively would have done... so if Mika Metz was fastest in free practice, then that is the Grand Chelem. If he was fastest in the races, fastest lap in the race, wins the races and takes pole position, that's a clean sweep. But a Grand Chelem is that little bit more involved, let's say. And it's a term rarely heard in motorsport circles. Two minutes and 35 seconds remain, and now Florian Breitenbach closing on Fabian Bock. The battle for P3 very much on right now, and it could change at the drop of a hat or a snap of the fingers. Jonas Volscheid gets past Tristan Gebhardt for what is 13th, well, for what is 12th on the road. And for some drivers this weekend, it has been one to forget. Ronnie Göttler will definitely be kicking himself after the incident with Mark Bartels the other day. And that would have been yesterday afternoon. But it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's what could have been, what might have been, or here's what you could have won. However, time is fast ticking away, and the time is on the side of the driver in first place, who now has a lead of just under 3.2 seconds. Mika Metz is leading ahead of Yannick Jacobs, but still Fabian Bock and Florian Breitenbach continue to battle away right up until the end of the race. We're going to hit 20 laps of racing. That's 22.14 kilometres of this 1.107 kilometre circuit here at the Eftlandring here at Kerpen. And Florian Breitenbach really has a good toe going through turn 1. Is he going to look for the move? He looked for it. He looked to the right. He looked to the left. Is he going to try and get the cut back on Fabian Bock? Not on that particular occasion. So with this, we'll have another 3 laps, including this one. And that will then mean that Florian Breitenbach, if he wants to get a top 3 by the end of the weekend, he's got time not on his side. And he's got a cart that's being made as wide as possible, but Florian Breitenbach is going to try and push it and doesn't get through on the occasion. That was through the left-hand kink after the S's and then before the chicane. So we're on to the 19th and penultimate lap of DD2. Also the penultimate lap of their weekend. Marcel Steinert. Oh, that's a hammer blow for the 413. That puts him out of title contention quite significantly there, I fear. That's not the way you want your weekend to end in such acrimonious style. Timer has hit 0, and very shortly Mika Metz will take the final lap board for his weekend, and it's been a pretty good one in the office. I'm sure that there will be a lot of celebrations at the Dorr Motorsport camp later on when Mika Metz picks up his weekend winner's trophy. Final lap board is out. Florian Breitenbach is trying to close in on Fabian Bock, and he's got them. Oh, they've rubbed wheels. They've rubbed wheels through turn 3. That's not what the pair wanted. That just screams absolute volatility there, but Breitenbach has gotten past. But we now concentrate on our leader. It has been a flawless performance, and going into the final round, it's been a weekend of perfection. Mika Metz does it again, 4 from 4 here in Kerpen. The 464 driver from Dorr Motorsport and based out of Fleisbach, takes a commanding victory, nearly to the same tune. It was 4.838 seconds in the first race. It's 4.37 seconds ahead of Yannick Jacobs in race 2. Fabian Bock would miss out on a top 3 in this, but Florian Breitenbach would take 3rd place at the end of it all after some slight contretemps and contact between the pair. 5th place, Mark Bartels. Hannes Bodde rounds out the top 6 ahead of Robert Schopian, Yannick Herrmann, Ronny Göttler, Tim Stender, Jonas Wolscheid, Tristan Gebhardt, and Philipp Dreschler rounds out the 13 that finished all 20 laps, all 22.14 kilometres of racing, ahead of Marcel Steinert, who retired on lap 16, Marco Göttler, lap 6, Leon Arndt, lap 5, Lawrence Seifried didn't even make the grid, and Lukas Horstmann was a non-starter. Our 24th and final race of the weekend for round 3 of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season comes to its fulcrum, its crescendo, its conclusion as DD2 Masters now head out on circuit. It's been a pretty good weekend so far for the current championship leader, Daniel Schollenberger, who starts ahead of Thomas Piet in the 5.50, Michael Becker in the 5.26, and the 5.06 of Tommy Helfinger round out the top 4. Klaus Parnett and Stefan Krabal, that's 5.02 and 5.55, complete row number 3. Patrick Weinstock and Andreas Frenzel, 5.85 and 5.03, row 4. Completing the top 10, it's Tanju Yildiz and Stefan Epp in the 5.70 and the 5.82. Konrad Bayer in the 5.80, the 5.20 of Falco Birkholz and the 5.66 of Marco Winkler complete the running order. Lennart Schreiber has not opted to start in this race. So that puts us at 13 drivers for the final race of the weekend. So one last race, one last hurrah before we head to Witgenborn on the 2nd and 3rd of October for the season finale. Schollenberger had the slenderest of margins coming into this championship round. But I think he's going to be pretty happy with how things have worked out afterwards, because he could be one step away, one hand on that championship trophy and one hand on that ticket to Bahrain for the grand finals. Right then, into the tram lines we go for the final time. Out of 24 races, revs rise. Are we ready? Looks like we've been given the green light and they are off and away and racing. So Michael Becker and Klaus Parnett managed to get themselves up into 2nd and 3rd. Thomas Piet drops to 4th place on the start. Patrick Weinstock ahead of Stefan Krabal. Stefan Epp ahead of Tanju Yildiz. Marco Winkler gets past Falco Birkholz for 12th place as they head into the sweeping S's for the first time of asking. And Becker being hustled by Klaus Parnett. Thomas Piet not too far behind in the Praga. Thomas Piet could have had a very different weekend altogether had his kart not failed on a technical side of thing. Well, not have a technical failure on the second race. But now Thomas Piet is closing in on the 2 in front and could very well give Schollenberger a bit of a fright if he gets the opportunity, as a tighter line through the final corner from Thomas Piet meant that he got a good run on Klaus Parnett, and now he's going to go for it. Oh, under brakes, back end snaking from side to side, shaking its hips more times than Shakira, manages to get it stopped and gets it up the inside of Klaus Parnett at Tanju Yildiz at this particular juncture. So we've got just over 12 minutes to go on the clock here at Kerpen for the race weekend. And there's Thomas Piet, who's finally got past Michael Becker in the meantime. So a great job there. So Daniel Schollenberger is going to have to watch what happens behind, because that could be a case, as I've seen that Tommy Helfinger now getting on to fighting terms with Klaus Parnett, and that is for 4th on the road. Schollenberger is trying to stretch a little bit of a lead over Thomas Piet, but that's not quite happening as he might think. Gap is 1.1 seconds. If anyone might remember a bit earlier on, Daniel Schollenberger took a leaf out of Sebastian Vettel's book by getting away to the tune of 1.4 seconds after the first lap. Fastest lap of the race now, Marco Winkler, 45.896 for the FD Motorsport Paralin driver in 9th place, as Helfinger has got past Klaus Parnett and is going after Michael Becker. So just over 10.5 minutes to go. And it's anyone's guess, can Thomas Piet close in on Daniel Schollenberger? And we could see that happen towards the end of this race. And there's still plenty of it left to go. Well, the gap now down to just over 0.8 of a second. Thomas Piet has come alive once again. And now Michael Becker really feeding the heat under the collar, courtesy of Tommy Helfinger. Well, Tommy Helfinger is now closing in on the 526 on the Comp Kart chassis. And through into turn 2. Some very significant overcorrections there from Michael Becker, just wrestling with the front end of the car, trying to hold the brakes on, modulate the throttle and put the power down. So through the S's once more. And Helfinger closing in on Becker once again. Klaus Parnett not too far off the firing line either. Then you look a little bit further back, it's the Stefan Grabo train leading the likes of Marco Winkler, who's now up into 7th. That's a bit of a resurgence from Winkler, who started in around about 12th place, if memory serves me correctly. So we've completed over 5 minutes of this race, and the gap between the two leaders is coming down. Thomas Piet is bringing the fight to Daniel Schollenberger, and Schollenberger knows it. And the gap is now just under 4.5 of a second between first and second position, between Michael Becker and Tommy Helfinger. It's now 0.38. Thomas Piet now puts in the fastest lap of the race, 45.240. And we still have 8.25 minutes. Piet is just winding up the wick on that Praga chassis until it reaches volume number 11. And that is very much the case in points. .3 now is the gap between the top two. Daniel Schollenberger and Thomas Piet leading the way. But Thomas Piet not done yet. Will be gunning to overtake Daniel Schollenberger at a moment's notice. It's not over yet, not over by a long sight right now. Thomas Piet has got to get eastbound and down. So halfway through the race, halfway to go, and an additional lap on top of that to boot. So just under 7 minutes for these drivers to navigate the 1.107 kilometer circuit here at the Erflandring here at Kerpen. It's been a pleasure once again being able to commentate on action here at this fantastic West German circuit. Still very much the same layout as when I visited here back in November 2019. One hell of an experience. So coming through turns 3, now into the next left-hander. Ah, right, that's Klaus Parnett that's just walked to the marshal post there. So Klaus Parnett, his weekend has come to an abrupt halt on Sunday afternoon. And that gap was 0.3 of a second just a couple of moments ago, but it looks to be a little bit closer than that. Thomas Piet is winding up the wick on that Praga chassis to volume number 11, and maybe even beyond that. And it's just letting Schollenberger know that he's there, as if to say, right, mate, you wanted a battle? You got a battle. Here we go. And it's not going to be easy for Schollenberger. Now, we know that Schollenberger can really have an opportunity at staying ahead. So the gap is now just over 0.3 of a second. It stayed the same as what it did after 11 laps of racing. We'll have, so we're on lap number 13. We'll have 7 in total, including this one, to put us on to 20 laps at the end of it all. Through the chicane, now up the short blast through into the left-hand kink for the straight-lined chicane. Even though it looks very much like a chicane, there's hardly any steering input. You can literally straight line it and keep the throttle pinned to the floor, but then you've got to really hit the brakes hard. So into turn 2, now into 3. So 3.5 minutes to go. Schollenberger is keeping Piet at bay. And this is keeping Schollenberger's championship hopes at the best foot forward possible. Schollenberger's just planting the cart exactly where he needs to, not having to worry about the driver behind. But Thomas Piet is going to be closing in, and hopefully will look to close up in the next moment or two, because time is running out. We've got just over 180 seconds of racing, plus an additional lap still remaining. Now that's looking just as close as it has been all the way through the last few laps, and the fastest lap of the race has now come through. Thomas Piet with a 45.072 gets the gap down to just around a quarter of a second between himself and Schollenberger. It's getting rather racy at the front of the field, and Stefan Krabau has dropped a couple of places because Marco Winkler now up into 5th place ahead of Andreas Frenzel in the number 503 from Bühler Kart Racing Team on the Sturdy Kart chassis. The Paralin of Winkler at the peak of its powers at the moment, but not to the point where he's right up at the sharp end of the grid. Just under 2 minutes to go of the race weekend, and Piet is sizing up Schollenberger. It's not a case of if, it's going to be a case of when. But is there going to be enough time for Thomas Piet to make the move? Yes, there it is! Up the inside, catches Schollenberger unawares, and Thomas Piet goes up the inside through turn 2 on lap number 17 of the race to now finally take the lead. So that was textbook from Thomas Piet, getting past Daniel Schollenberger on that particular occasion. So Schollenberger will have a comfortable championship lead going into the final round at Wiggenborn. But Thomas Piet making amends for what happened yesterday. It's not been easy for the 550 on the Praga chassis. Shows great prowess, some good performances, especially with the Heat 1 win yesterday on the initial heat phases of the weekend. So 45 seconds on the clock remaining. We'll have this plus 2 more laps to go. So we're on lap number 18 out of 20. So the gap now, last time around, was about 3/10 between Schollenberger and Piet. It's now up to 3.5 tenths. As the sunshine continues to beat down on the circuit, bringing radiant warmth on the final throws, the final motions of this race weekend, as the timer strikes 0 for the 24th and final race of the penultimate round of the season. And Thomas Piet knows now, and gets the next sign. That will be the sign to go and push. Keep away from Daniel Schollenberger, because now Thomas Piet comes out of the final corner. Last lap board of the weekend, and leads by just over 3/10 ahead of Daniel Schollenberger. Through turn 2 for the final time. Schollenberger is winding up an attack through 3. Now into the next left-hander at 4. He's about half a kart length behind, and it could be the opportunity that Schollenberger could wind up the wick on the 5:22 and go for the lead. He's going to do something. He's got to do it very, very quickly, because we're fast running out of corners. As Thomas Piet now brings them up to the left-hand kink. Schollenberger is not going to be close enough there, but he could get a good run coming out of the final corner. Into the chicane for the final time. And they power out. It's going to be Thomas Piet who wins the race by just 0.172 seconds ahead of Daniel Schollenberger. Michael Becker completes the top 3 in this race ahead of Tommy Helfinger, Andreas Frenzel, Marco Winkler up to 6th at the end of the race. Stefan Grabau in 7th ahead of Stefan Epp. Patrick Weinstock. Daniel Yildiz completes the top 10 again this weekend in 2 respective races. And Konrad Bayer rounds out the top 11 as we just await for Falco Bergholz, who now makes his way out of the final corner and will take the checkered to be the 12th and final driver classified. So that is it. Klaus Panett unfortunately retiring on lap number 9, with Lennart Schreiber a non-starter. So that concludes the action for Rotax Max Challenge Germany here at the Erftlandring, here at the Kart Club Kerpen Mannheim in Western Germany. In just 6 weeks' time, we head to Wittenborn for the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season finale, where champions will be crowned and tickets for the Rotax Grand Finals will be given away. Thank you very much for watching this weekend, and we will see you all in early October. Until next time, stay safe. Und jetzt auf Deutsch. In knapp 6 Wochen geht es nach Wittenborn zur Rotax Max Challenge Germany Saisonfinale für 2021. Champions werden gekrönt und Tickets für die Rotax Wettfinale werden verlost. Wir danken Ihnen für Ihr Interesse an diesem Wochenende und sehen uns alle Anfang Oktober wieder. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Bleib sicher.